And we're live. What's up, everyone? Coffee Break is back with another video. I'm here with Aaron. What's good, man?
What's good, man? Crazy day. Crazy day.
To say the least, right? Like, I was ready to come in here, just talk about like Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, but I feel like it's only right to start with what we heard from reports coming out of this morning from actually I have it pulled up just so I came prepared.
All right. All right.
So let me add these tweets. Okay. So Bill Michaels, this was at 7:52 a.m. He says the 49ers have offered the Packers a third overall pick in this year's draft, plus other picks and a number of players from their current roster, including Garoppolo for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers turned them down. Wow. Okay. So off the bat, would you take this deal? Like if you're the Niners?
Man. Honestly, yes. Yes. Funny thing when he tweeted this, I saw, I was like, oh my God. And I love the replies to it. People like, you're full of crap. Like, I mean, everyone was just ripping them like, you're full of crap. Isn't this like a Vikings reporter? Like, everyone was just like, nah, you're full of crap. We've seen obviously.
Look at this
Yeah, like I mean, that was everybody's like, you're full of like. I mean, that was what people thought because one, I think people were like, who's Bill Michaels? Like, this isn't Adam Schefter, this isn't Ian Rappaport, like this isn't our guys. Who is this guy? But to answer your question, yeah, like I might be one of the few fans who I like Rodgers. Like when he was at Cal, I lived in Sacramento. I saw. God, I think I went to 3 or 4 of his games when he was at Cal. I wanted the Niners to draft him.
Yep.
I am a huge Rodgers fan. So to me, yes, I do that deal. He is proven. He is a proven guy. You know, no matter what you think about Jones, Lance, Fields, Lawrence, Wilson, doesn't matter what you think about those guys. Those are question marks. No matter what the measurables are, they are still question marks. Rodgers is a proven guy, So, yes, I do that deal in a heartbeat. If your goal is to win Super Bowls for the next 3 to 5 seasons, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there was like the thing that gets me too is and a number of players from their current roster, like which were the players? That really also depends. Because if you're throwing like, I don't know, a Debo or something like that, or Warner, right? With the deal, I think you're just getting Niners are getting kind of fleeced, right?
Yeah,
but
Warner, no.
If it's like if it's simply giving them the third overall pick, Garoppolo obviously, and maybe like I don't know an edge D Ford, throw in D Ford or something.
Yes, if you can unload D Ford, you do that.
I mean, no, but I think what we're getting at is like really this move puts them in Super Bowl contention, right? No question about it. We know what kind of quarterback Aaron Rodgers is. And, you know, it'd be interesting because, like, if Green Bay does have a first-round pick in this one, right?
Yes. I should actually pull up the draft order, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, same here. But, like, if we were to swap those, like, we give them our third and then they give us their first-round pick, like, I think that's also even better because now you can go after a corner like late in the first round.
Yep, they have the 29th pick in the first round.
Yeah, so I mean that to me that'll make it easier, but you know the Packers didn't want to do it, and now it looks like Aaron Rodgers is kind of forcing their hand.
Yeah, that went from like, is this true to like I mean, it blew up. You were texting me during the day. I was kind of slammed with work, so I was kind of really just you texting me was kind of I was getting feet, and friends were texting me like friends who I have a friend who's from Wisconsin. He grew up as a Packer fan.
Yeah.
You know, he's kind of on like I think he's like 60 something. We used to work together, so he was like he remembers the Bart Star Days all night. He's like, oh my God. He's like, are you guys gonna get Rodgers? Like people like who aren't even Niner fans are blowing me up. Like, are you guys getting Rodgers? What's going on? What's going on? I'm like, I don't know. I'm at work. I'm like, let me make a call to John Lynch and see if it's true because you know I have that kind of clout.
Right. It's it's definitely like it was like a whoa, okay, we didn't think much of it. But then like let's just keep going down this timeline.
Yeah.
So then Tom Pelissero tweets this out. This is a few hours later saying the 49ers reached out to the Packers on Wednesday about trading for Aaron Rodgers. So this kind of confirms that the dude was right, Michael? That was his name. He was right about it. And then, but no formal offer was made, and the source said there is 0% chance. Okay, so that kind of shut things down for a little bit. But we got Trey Wingo entering the chat. This is at 1:15. Sources: the Packers reportedly told Aaron Rodgers they were going to trade him in the offseason, then backed off. It's been a bleep show. I don't like. Come on, Trey. Just say the. It's been a fuck show between them ever since. And within the last week, Rodgers told the team, trade or no trade, I'm not coming back. Buckle up. So it's clear, man. Rodgers is either him or the agent is leaking this information saying, I want out.
Yeah. And that was the thing. If you rewind, it was Schefter, I think he was on, because I was watching NFL Live. They're doing their draft coverage. I think it was Schefter. Well, he shows up. He's like, hey, breaking news. Like, yeah, Rodgers wants out. So it was like, we went from like, oh, there's possibly this thing to like confirm Niners reached out to like Rodgers wants out to then like, I mean, it's just stacking. Like you're like, what the like,
yeah.
I mean, from like to like, whoa, what the hell is going on? Like, really, like in the span of a couple of hours, like it moved quick. It moved, and it got even worse as we'll go through, or not worse, but it just levels on levels. It's just insanity.
Yeah, it just keeps. It kept escalating.
When you saw the trade window where he said Rodgers was convinced he was being traded yesterday to the Niners.
Yeah, I had that tweet somewhere too.
Yeah, so like there was that one. I think it was Trey Wingo who said that. I can't remember, but yeah, he was like, "Oh yeah, Rodgers thought for sure." Oh, they're right there. Yep, that's the one with the Elmo one.
Right here.
2 down. Keep going. I don't know if you see. Keep going down. That one with the burning Elmo.
There we go.
That was the last night. Yeah, Rodgers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn. Imagine if that was true.
Oh man.
Like, I would be mad too, though. Like, if this is true, and Rodgers thought, okay, I'm gonna be a Niner on Thursday. Can't wait. And now they just pulled the rug right from under you. Then I would be mad too. I'm like, no. I want out. Like, you're not gonna play with my emotions.
Yeah, I mean it's. I mean, credit to the NFL. Like, everything is a spectacle, right? Someone said that. I forgot where someone said like the NFL draft is now reality TV. I think it was Jason.
Yeah,
who said that. It's like it's reality TV. Like, there's no other draft that you really pay attention to. Like, no one pays attention to NHL, MLB, and you may pay a little bit attention to the NBA, maybe. Yeah. But the NFL draft is an event. It's prime time viewing. It is, the trades. It is everything. So kudos to the NFL. They've somehow turned what is a ho-hum thing where it used to be like them on the phones, and it was like they didn't even broadcast it to this event. It is an event on a Thursday night. It is an event.
No question about it. Like, the first, I would say, this is the first time in a long time where I've never felt like the hype of the draft be so high. Like the bar set so high, expectations through the roof. Like, we're talking about before how this draft can determine Kyle Shanahan either like a Hall of Famer coach, or this is just gonna make him flop. This is the type of potential pick we're running into here. And yeah, man, I mean, this has been a roller coaster ride leading up to it. And then we get to Thursday and we're just hearing all these rumors. It's crazy. But I'll take it a step further. I think that the Niners alone move the needle in the NFL now. Like, it's clear whenever there's like this big trade about to happen, Like somehow the Niners are always in that conversation.
Yeah, they do. That's a great point. They do move the needle. We saw that. I mean, God, every time there's a free agent, so like a big name, someone gets waived or someone wants out, who's the first team everybody associates is almost always the Niners. Doesn't matter what Stafford, I mean, like, just go down the list of every person who's been released or traded this offseason, and they have been linked to the Niners, like, period. Like, every single one of them, like, without a doubt.
Yeah,
I love Jed's trolling today.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about that.
Who's like no offense to Jed, looks like the dorkiest dude, looks like a tax accountant or something. Like, and he's just trolling, and I fucking love it. Like, just kudos to Jed for just having fun with this. He's like, who knew? Who knew Jed was like that? You know? Just beautiful. Just love watching it.
I'm just trying
to sense of humor.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep up. Like, Jed is on like number 5 of my updates. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't tweet for like the better of the off season, right? And rightfully so. But then today comes, and I'm trying to find that tweet where he's like, okay, this one.
Yeah, that was just beautiful. That's just, you gotta tip your cap. Like,
yeah, I'm just like, what a legend. What a legend. And it's sad that like we haven't been able to win one as him being an owner, but you know, this is the type of stuff that gets you excited as a fan, you know? Like, the owner's kind of like making this whole big deal about it. But
1, 5, 10, just beautiful level trolling. Just love
everyone's just like saying, how many drinks has he had? Yeah, he's definitely on one. He's on one today.
Yeah, but it's beautiful. It's good to see. Like, just that kind of, like I said, we rarely hear from Jed. Like, sometimes I forget. Like, but yeah, Jed York owns but like, he just doesn't really talk. And I think he learned the lesson from the Harbaugh kind of debacle, how that kind of shook out. And I think he learned to just kind of, you know, take a step back, put people in place, and let them do what they do.
Yeah.
Kind of, you know, not be a Jerry Jones, right? Not be so involved that you are detrimental to the team, recognizing he's not a football guy, right? Like, no offense to Jed York, but he's not a football guy, you know? So kudos to him. Great levels of trolling. Just amazing.
Yeah, for sure, man. But we'll see. I guess, like, we don't know what's going to happen with the Aaron Rodgers situation. Like, obviously, we're going to find out pretty soon, because if the Niners take a quarterback, he's definitely not coming here. But it's still going to be something to keep a close eye on, seeing where he lands, because, you know, you look at a team like the Broncos, the Raiders, even the Saints. They're teams that are looking for quarterbacks. So
Saints would be a good one. I don't know why he'd go to the Raiders. Like, I saw that was on his short list, like Niners, Raiders, Broncos, I think. I don't get the Raiders ones. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, he makes them better, but on his end, I didn't see the appeal. Like, Broncos, like, they have a pretty good defense. They have some nice little stud receivers. He adds that. You add the quarterback to that mix.
Yeah, the Broncos make the most sense, right?
Yeah. Why?
Because I don't see – New England is never known for, like, these big type of trades. Like, to me, Mac Jones to them seems like the more appropriate pick, right? But I'll tell you this, they're not going to get a better offer than what was reported this morning, right? Like,
yeah,
if that's true, if that was what they're not going to get a better offer.
Like, I will say this, it does, if they don't, let's say they don't make the trade or a trade, let's say, I think that probably speaks a lot to Jordan Love, right? Like, if you are confident in Jordan Love, super confident. I mean, the Packers kind of did this situation about 15 years ago, or however long ago it was, with the Favre Rodgers. They were willing to let Favre walk because it's like, yeah, we got our guy, and we believe Rodgers is the guy. He's going to take over. He's going to be fine. We're going to continue on, right? Kind of like the Niners did Montana the Young, right? They're willing to let a Hall of Famer walk out the door because, hey, we got this another guy, and we're pretty sure he's going to be a Hall of Famer too. So if they don't make the deal, I think that says a lot about Jordan Love, right? That like, are you not ready for him to take over? Are you not convinced? Because I think if you're convinced or you have a pretty good idea, like, yeah, we think Love can take over, you make that deal in a heartbeat, right? I love Rodgers. If you're a Packer fan, you love Rodgers, like that's great. But you have a chance to start Love, who's still on his rookie deal. With that number 3, you could probably grab Kyle Pitts, right? You still have that stud defense. You still have,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? You have a chance to, if Love is who you think he is, be right back in Super Bowl contention in a year. Like, I do that deal in a heartbeat. If they don't, I think that says probably more about Love, which then also why'd you move up to draft him last year? What a waste. You could have gotten Rodgers another weapon, and you drafted a guy that you don't even believe in.
Yeah. It's been clear that Rodgers has been wanting out. I think secretly he's been wanting out, and I think when they drafted Love, that was kind of the nail in the coffin for him. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to finish out here. It's clear. Like, my organization is looking somewhere else, and I understand that, but he's looking out for his own interest. And yeah, I mean, like, I think that it's unfortunate that it came down to really the very last day before something could get done, right?
Yeah.
If honestly this is, and we don't know how long this has been going on for, this probably was in the works once they got up to number 3. Who knows, right? Or maybe they even offered what they had at the time at 12, like, we'll give you 3 first-round picks for Rodgers. Like, who knows?
Yeah.
But it's clear that, like, however you see this, like, Green Bay has kind of botched it with Rodgers. Like, just getting like the Love, they had other like needs at that time. I think they needed to get him more weapons or something.
Big time.
Yeah, at that time they needed to get him more weapons and an offensive line, a healthy one at least. And just the way they went about it kind of rubbed him the wrong way. And they still had an amazing season this past year, but obviously not enough to keep Rodgers, it seems like.
Yeah. I wonder if they had won the Super Bowl. Let's say they won. And then he's like, all right, cool. I got you another title. I won the MVP now. Now, kind of like, let me go. Let's split on the good note, right? Like, we won their title. Let me go. Like, you guys got Love, and the fan base probably won't be as upset if letting me go if you just won the Super Bowl, right? And he's like, hey, I left on a high note. The fans are happy. They got another title out of this. And I'm going to go San Francisco or wherever. I wonder if that, would have happened, right? That they would be like, all right, cool, we can trade you. Like this, we can part amicably. And now it just seems like he is. I mean, clearly, if Trey Wingo is right, and he thought he was going to be traded, and apparently wanted to be traded, like this is just going to get even worse, right? Like, how do you come back from this? You don't trade him. I just don't know how that works in the locker room. I don't know how that works with the team. I don't know how you go back to like, okay, well, just kidding.
Yeah.
Like, it's good now. Like, how do you go back to that? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you go back to that, like, at all.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, he says, I'm not gonna come back if you don't trade me. Like,
Yeah.
what is that supposed to mean? Like, is he gonna sit the year? Like, you're 37. I don't know, man. It's one of those weird situations, and I'm probably leaning 80% he gets traded right now. Like, 80% he has to get traded. Like, players unhappy. And you have a quarterback you drafted 2 years ago. So something's got to give here pretty soon.
Definitely. I mean, maybe he just goes and hosts Jeopardy for the next year. He's like, screw it, I'm just gonna go host Jeopardy. They probably pay him pretty well. It's not like he hasn't made a ton of money anyway. So he'd probably like, look, I'll go host Jeopardy for a year. Cool. Like, and then we'll revisit this. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I think he has the. I think he's in the driver's seat, right? If he's like, look, I will not come back. If you're the Packers, like you have to try to salvage this as much as you can. If he's like, look, I will not come back, like fine, you got me come back, but Like at some point, it becomes that part where it's a headache, more of a headache than it's worth, right? Because you got to figure it comes at every press conference, every time you get media, and you got to assume it's going to be like it was before, like normal media at the locker rooms and whatnot. Every question, every loss, every sideways look he gives, you know what I'm saying? Every interaction with Matt LaFleur is going to be analyzed, overanalyzed, and then analyzed again, right? Like every single thing. If you're the GM, you're the coach. If you're Matt LaFleur, you may call the owners and GM and be like, look, I don't want to deal with that. The team may be like, we don't want to deal with that. If you're Devontae Adams, do you want to hear that question literally every day? Like, hey, what do you think about Rodgers wanting to leave? Does he not like, do you want to have that every single? I wouldn't. I think at some point,
and I don't think that the head coach can withstand that. Like, it's clear that Rodgers runs the show over there, at least to me, right? It's not like over here, Shanahan runs the show.
Oh yeah,
like it's his way or the highway. That's why people are scared. Like, and I'm sorry, folks. We will talk about draft here in a minute, but people are gonna be like, wait. Is it really going to be Mac Jones? People are still scared about that because it's his way or the highway, right? We saw in the press conference, John Lynch was like, I'm going to defer to Kyle Shanahan, rightfully so, but Kyle Shanahan can be stubborn.
Oh, yeah.
So we're waiting. We're hoping that this coming up in 30 minutes or so, that this is going to change. Like, people are either going to be excited or depressed.
Yeah. And be prepared.
There's no in between today.
It might be Mac Jones. I've been telling people all day, like, people are like, oh, I'm like, look, it very well might be Mac Jones. You just have to live with that. Like, what are you gonna do? Not cheer the team anymore? Like, you're gonna cheer the team the same that you did yesterday and the day at you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I look at it. I don't want Mac Jones. He's not, or let me rephrase that. He's not my preferred choice, but if he is, I'm gonna be sitting there going, oh, "Come on, Mac! Throw touchdowns, win the games." I'm still gonna sit there and do that. It's not gonna change. Like, I'd rather be. I think as fans, sometimes fans are more concerned about being right about players than cheering the team. Like, I'd rather be wrong in that good way. Like, Mac Jones is the next Montana than be right and my team sucks, right? Like,
yeah.
So
Ian Rappaport tweeted this. I would never say never, but the Patriots aren't expected to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo tonight or anytime soon. If the two sides could even come to terms, a big if, it would take a complex contract negotiation to get it done. Simply, New England doesn't have room to fit the contract. So that's pretty interesting because now the Niners don't have a suitor. Like, this to me, this team was the only suitor for Garoppolo. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, here's what I'll say about when we talk about contracts and salary cap and all that. We say that every year about, like, there's 5 or 6 teams, you're in salary cap hell. We'll never be able to make deals. When they magically end up doing it, every time you're like, nope, look, hey, the Niners, they can't sign anybody. They're and oh my God, they got everybody, like, every year. So when people say, offense rapport, like, oh, they can't get it done, it's like, look, we see it literally every offseason. There's always that team like, oh, there's no way they could sign anybody, and they magically make it happen. The Chiefs somehow managed to sign and trade for Orlando, do all this with, basically they were right up against the cap, somehow managed to do all this stuff. The Rams somehow, I'm not sure how, because every offseason is like, oh, they're up against the cap with all these big contracts. They somehow make it work. So I think where there's a will, there's a way. They would make it happen. Like, that's why you have a cap guy, right? Niners have oh my God, Parag. I can't say his name, but they have him. Yeah, he's their cap guru, right? He's like, I'll make it happen. Like, what do you need? Okay, cool. We'll make this happen. I think if the Patriots really want Garoppolo, they'll make it happen. Like,
this actually lets me think that it's probably going to be Trey Lance, the pick. And why don't we just start talking about it? Because you're the one that brought it up last time. I had Justin Fields. Changed my mind. I had Fields, and you had Lance. Now, today, as of right now, everyone, I think, even the people betting, they're all leaning Trey Lance. And it makes sense. Like, if you're going to keep, like, if there's no trades for Jimmy being made, it makes sense to at least keep him for training camp, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think with Lance, I will put the caveat that I'm assuming you're keeping Jimmy and you let Lance get a season under his belt, learn the system. We keep hearing how complicated the system is, right? So kind of like that Rodgers situation when he was in Green Bay, or still in Green Bay, I guess, with Favre, right? He learned the system and then they brought him along. If the thought is getting rid of Jimmy, they're really like, oh, we're going to trade this guy. Like, then I think I lean more towards, I think they take Jones or Fields, who I think are ready to start day one, more than I feel Trey Lance is.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's the only thing you can lay your hat on with Mac Jones. Like, he is literally one of those system quarterbacks. Like, you can plug him in the Shanahan system, even like, I think number 3 is way too high for him, which is why I laid back. But you could plug him in, he'll do just fine. But we know what his ceiling is. That's the problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
And time again, like, Shanahan has had these quarterbacks, Matt Ryan being one of them. Jimmy Garoppolo is like, yeah, they could take you there maybe, but even when you're there, like, you're still kind of on your toes a little bit. You're not as comfortable because everything has to go their way in order for them to succeed. And when I look at Mac Jones, I'm like, we've seen this story already. Like, why are we going to go back and think that anything's going to change, right? Yeah. So I think you just bet on potential. Justin Fields, though he has probably the lowest floor, we can see his potential. Like, he could be sort of like a Russell Wilson type. I'm not saying he's Russell Wilson, but he could be in that category, Dak Prescott type, right? And then we look at Trey Lance. Trey Lance has the biggest upside, and with some appropriate coaching, I think this young kid can take this whole offense to the next level.
Yeah. He's the lottery ticket, right? At the end of the day, he's the lottery ticket.
And that's who you bet on at 3. Like, I'd rather swing for the fences instead of trying to get a single out of it.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, Mac, you feel like really until the Niners kind of got into the conversation at 3, like I don't remember Mac Jones getting this much hype, right? I don't remember him getting a hype. It's like, yeah, Mac Jones is good. Like, he's a good quarterback. But he wasn't getting this kind of hype. And the thought was, yeah, they could grab him at 12 if they really wanted him. Then the Niners trade up, and all of a sudden, like, the hype started building up. If they take Trey Lance, I am super curious to see how far Mac Jones falls after that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he last to the Patriots at 15.
Straight to the Patriots.
And so that would be that thing. Like, I'm very curious.
Well, the Saints, there were reports the Saints are trying to move into the top 10 to get a quarterback. So it could be Mac Jones. Or it could be Fields. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, that's the domino. Number 3, whatever the Niners do at 3 is the domino, right? Once that falls, like, I think I don't want to say it's chaos after that, but it's going to be a lot of moves, right? The Saints are, do the Panthers try to move up? Do the Patriots move up? I mean, there's a couple of teams. What about the Bears? Maybe the Bears take a swing at somebody if they like. I mean, there are so many quarterback needy teams that Niners took Lance at 3, and you saw Fields and Mac Jones on the board. I would not be surprised to see both those guys get traded up, like, someone trading up to grab one of those or, both. Crazy is if the Niners took, actually, traded for Rodgers. And then all 3 of those guys are now on the board. You have Lance, Fields, and Jones. I think it would just be absolute chaos after that. Like, teams just trying to, like, jump over each other to grab one of those quarterbacks. Because you'd have all 3 of them on the board. So that would just be, I think, yeah. It would be moves just left, right. It would be, insanity, I think, after that.
Really quick, this has been a crazy day. But according to at least Mark Schlereth, you could take that with a grain of salt, but Aaron Rodgers to Denver is as close to a done deal as it could possibly be.
I don't know what that means. I hate when people say it's close to a done deal. Like, let me know when it is a done deal. Like,
it could be one of those things that, like, maybe like the teams have an agreement, but they're still gonna run it by the player. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, I'm always curious when I say, "Oh, this is close to a done deal." I'm like, "Well, either it's a done deal or
I
it's not."
know. Either it's a done deal or it's not. Like, what are
Especially
you
in
talking about?
sports, right? How many times have we heard that? Oh, it's a done deal. We heard when Stafford was available. I think there was a report that like, "Oh yeah, he's coming to the Niners. The trade is basically done. There's working out some kinks, but it's done." And then he was in the LA. Like, it's I hate those. Like, I think Chad Johnson said that sources told him Rodgers was coming here. So it's like, like who knows? At the end of the day, like, no offense to Schlereth, until you hear from Schefter or those guys, because those guys seem to only report stuff that is fact.
Yeah.
Like, so until I hear
Yeah,
from
these
them,
other guys are trying to like find the scoop, trying to find their lane,
yeah,
rely on sources. Who knows who they are? But yeah, it's weird too. Like, because with that whole Stafford situation, like, I think that they were kind of chasing after Stafford deal. I think they truly wanted Stafford at that time. And the Rams came in, gave the Lions a wonderful offer that they couldn't refuse.
yeah,
And I think that pissed off Kyle Shanahan. I really do. Knowing Kyle, I'm like, "Oh, y'all want to play that game, huh? Okay, watch this.
yeah, yeah,
Move up to 3." And they just lay it all out there. They're like, "We're going to get our guy one way or the other." And I can say this with confidence, the Niners have done everything this offseason to try and get better. And that's all we can ask for. Like,
right,
they're in a position to get better today, tonight. And it seems like they're turning every rock and like going through every possibility this offseason. Even with this Rodgers rumor, like, it's clear that they made like a pitch to try to get him, see what it takes to get Rodgers, but they're turning every rock, making sure that whatever decision they come to tonight is the right one.
yeah. And then you got to figure. I wonder how much the Brady factor plays into it because they had a chance. Brady said he wanted to come here, right? He said he wanted to, like, he was like, "Yo, I want to play in San Francisco." Grew up a Niner fan. Grew up like he wanted to play here. He wanted to finish, and they kicked the tires on it. They thought about it, and they ultimately went with Jimmy, which I understand. The dude just took you to a Super Bowl. I totally understand that, but you have to wonder if that buyer's remorse plays into this Rodgers situation, right? Like, wait a minute. Like, we saw what Tampa Bay did. They surrounded him with talent. He was the missing piece. Bam. Like, Tampa's got a Super Bowl. Like, and they're contender again this year. They just re-signed Antonio Brown. They're going to be a contender again this season. So it's like you have to wonder, and especially with Shanahan, like, look, you've had 2 cracks at it, right? You had one with Atlanta, and granted he was an OC, but still, right? He had it, and just at the very end, right? And then as a head coach, he was right there, right? He's right
Yeah.
there, and you have to wonder if that's starting to, play on his mind a little bit. Like, strike while the iron's hot. Just get one. Like, forget about trying to get 5. Just get one. Just get that first one. And you have to wonder if that plays in his mind. Like, just get one. Like Bruce Arians did with Tom Brady. He said, "Screw it. I'll take that guy because I want one."
Yeah. Some people call it an act of desperation, trying to move up that big of a spot. And honestly, it softens the blow a little bit when you like 2 of the other 3 NFC West teams aren't going to have first rounders anytime soon either. So
Yeah, I
it
don't think
it
it's desperation.
yeah, I mean, it's clear that the Niners this entire offseason, I think the moment Jimmy was hurt, they were going to try to improve at the position this offseason. And it's been clear every step of the way that that's what they're trying to do. But tonight we find out who's the quarterback of the future. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, one way or the other. This is, like I said, this is gonna be a crazy. This is probably the craziest draft I can remember in. I mean, just in general, right? Like, I mean, these are some franchise altering. I mean, even if you just start at the top, Jaguars. Is Trevor Lawrence with Urban Meyer, is that the future, or is this going to 3-4 years and be like, wow, that was a big bust?
Yeah.
The Jets, Salah, right? He's got the number 2 pick, assuming they're going to take Zach Wilson. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is, do the Jets finally turn it around? For the Niners, I mean, there are a lot of teams that this draft, when we look 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now, like, you're going to kind of pinpoint this draft to be like, this is where they went up, or this is why they keep picking in the top 3 every year. Like, this draft for so many teams it's
like 2017, right?
Yeah, just that. And I think this year we recognize that, whereas 2017, I don't think people recognize, because there was a lot of like, Mahomes, is he assist? Like, there was a lot of question marks, I think, with those guys. Where this year it's like, no, there's, potentially, we'll see probably 5 quarterbacks drafted first round. Like, that's crazy. That are all those franchises, like the 83 draft with Elway and Kelly and Murray, like that kind of draft. That this is what all
it could be like maybe 2, 3 quarterbacks that are Hall of Famers. Yeah, that has that kind of potential. When we talk about Lawrence, Wilson, you throw in Fields and Lance in the conversation, like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if any one of those guys' careers take off and becomes like the next Watson, Mahomes, Russell Wilson type of package there. Got some Mac Jones photos to share.
Oh my God. Is that Mac?
Yeah. Allegedly him. Then there's this lovely picture.
Is that when he does DUI?
Yeah, this is a terrible look. Like, if I'm a GM, how can I draft this guy? Especially at number 3. Like, this is it's a shameful photo. Classic look, classic dad bod. Like,
yeah, this is why I said when they did the pro days and he kind of like, I remember he kind of took a shot. I was like, what the is this? I'm like, this dude. I'm like, I got better bite than this dude, and this is a dude you're picking at number 3. Like, I'm like, that's no knock at him, but it's like, bro, it's called a weight room. You're at Alabama. You have access to probably the best trainers, nutritionists, the fucking nines. And this is the best you can look, bro.
Yeah, it amazes me too, because if he's hitting the weight room, what are you doing, right? Like, you're clearly not working out.
Like, we talk about work ethic, it's like, bro, come on. Like,
yeah, that's my biggest knock too, is like character issues. And then this next one is like, come on, like, what is this?
Oh.
What is that? All right, let's take that. Like, what is that? Like, what? How are we supposed to defend that as fans? Like, if he steps into our building, like, come on.
Yeah, I just
like, not even the apology. And I got a Bosa jersey. Like, Bosa he went through a similar thing. Obviously, not nothing like that. But there were some old tweets that he had to apologize for, and it is what it is.
Yeah, you couldn't question his workout ethic though. Like, Bosa came in ripped,
looked like a Greek goddess.
I was like, damn, like Mac. Yeah, it's just like you look like that. Like, where's the work ethic? You look like Justin Fields. I mean, like, you can tell he hits the weight room. Trey Lance, he looks like he hits. It's like you look at Mac Jones. Like, it's like that game. One of these things is not like the other, right? Like, bro, like, you're out. Like, that's the best you can. Like, do some crunches for Pete's sakes, man. Like, I mean, I don't know. When the average fan, when you're starting quarterback, like, probably has the same body as the average fan, like, I don't know. It's just
he already looks like Big Ben. Big Ben's been in the league for a long time.
Right?
They have the same body type. No knock on Mac Jones, but that's a knock on Mac Jones. Like, that's all I'll say.
I don't know how you defend that. Maybe that's nope.
So draft's about to start in a little bit here, but let me ask you about potentially coming back into this first round. Like, they make their pick at 3. I can possibly see the Niners kind of coming back on the back end of the first round and getting a player if they really like them.
Yeah, I think we talked about last time I talked before. I can see him jumping back in if one of those corners is still sitting around, like in the mid-20s, early mid-20s, I could see them definitely trying to jump back in and grabbing one of those guys for sure. And that's what, like, this draft is so unpredictable because we don't know who's taking which court. Like, where there might be some spots you're like, oh, this corner would have been gone. It's like, well, because of all the quarterbacks and how it shakes out, you might see some of those really good players kind of that were probably mid-round guys kind of fall to the 20s, right? And then if you're John Lynch, if you can strike back in and grab one of those guys, oh, for sure. I think he's done that 2 of the 4 drafts. I think he's traded back into the first round last year, and then when they got there's another draft where they jumped back into the first round. I can't remember which one it is now. I think it was maybe his first year.
When they went back to Ruben Foster, right?
Yeah,
first year.
Yeah,
their first year. They got Solomon Thomas,
and then who was the guy they got at the end?
Ruben Foster.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the not good draft. You hear that first year of a big
and they're like, we had 2 and 3. We're surprised Foster was still there, so we had to come back in and draft them. And look, obviously hindsight is 2020, but it's worse when you passed on 2 quarterbacks, 2 Hall of Fame type of quarterbacks. And
you pass on 2 Hall of Famers. Solomon Thomas just never. I mean, he just never was. Like, at least Ruben Foster, like, he showed when he played, and he was hurt most of the time. But when he played, like, Ruben Foster was good. Ruben Foster was very good, right? You could see why he played Alabama. You could see it. Solly just like Solly's got like a kind of a sad story and all that. And I always wanted him to do well because he seemed like a good guy, but he just never showed that flash of that. At least Ruben Foster kind of gave you those flashes. You're like, all right. Solly just never. He just seemed like a guy. Like, no offense to Solly.
It just never panned out. Like, that's one of their biggest busts, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully the biggest, because that one was a whiff. Though the McGlinchey one is there. I mean,
he's been all right. Like,
he's been all right.
I mean, he's been.
I mean, had Derwin James.
Yeah. Oh man.
Who passed on Derwin James, bro?
I remember I wanted him too. I was kind of hoping because I remember they were kind of linked to him because they need safety help. And I was like, yo, that dude's gonna be a stud.
At the time, I'll give him this. At the time, like, we want to protect Jimmy, right? We just gave him this huge money. Like, it made sense. I get it. But
I have no issue with drafting O linemen, right? Like, I still believe to this day that you still win and lose in the trenches, right? If you give me a team that has a really good O-line and a really good front four, a really good D-line, you are going to win more often than not. Like, you are way ahead of everybody else. Like, you have that advantage. So I'm never against building those 2 sections up. If you can get that stud O-line or that stud D-line, you're going to be just ahead of the game. It's still, no matter all the schemes and the hurry-ups and the 5 wides and all that, it's in the trenches. If you can win there, you're going to win more often than not. Like, that's just the way it is.
Absolutely. It's not the sexy pick, right, as people would say, but is the necessary one, especially with D linemen. Like, as much as we knock it, like, we get it. Like, I got why we drafted Kinlaw 15, whatever it was last year. I got it, even though we're like, Tristan Wirfs, like, he went 14, right? Tampa got him. And then I'm like, ooh, that would have been nice. But at the time, like, we didn't know the whole, Trent Williams situation. So my whole deal with that was you can move Tristan Wirfs. He's like the type that can play guard and still play tackle. Like, that's how athletic he is. But they did what they did, right? And I guess I understand it, especially like 2019. Like, that defense was all like D linemen just coming at you in waves, and just, it was ruthless. Like, quarterbacks didn't want no part.
And you saw once they got Bosa to add to that, and then like allowed Buckner and like Armstead to do what they like. And you saw it, right? And again, you build in the trenches. Like you have that front four that can get to the quarterback. That makes so much difference. Like when you don't have to blitz, right? When you don't have to send, 5, 6 guys. When you don't have to do
Yeah.
that, it is such, and you can still get it to the quarterback in, 2, 3. That is, again, you were so far ahead of the curve that way, right? Like you don't have to, throw your linebackers out or corners, and then, there are no hot reads because, yeah, we're just getting after you with 4 and everybody's back in coverage. And you saw it, the difference, the night and day difference. Right? All of a sudden, you get interceptions because those quarterbacks are just throwing up like, oh, like it makes all the difference, right? Like,
Yeah, we made Aaron Rodgers look old.
yeah, I mean, like
Twice.
it's a world of difference, and
Yeah.
it allows your cornerbacks to play better, right? They don't have to cover for as long. It allows your linebackers to do what they like. That front four, if you can do that, look at the Rams, man, right? Like Aaron Donald, like he is such a stud. You build around him, makes everybody else, but like, and they're always going to be in contention, right? Like, mark them down for 8, 9 wins, almost exclusively off that defense. Even with Jared Goff as quarterback, right? They still made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
This is Jared Goff.
Yep, we're getting close here
Oh, yeah.
to start.
Turn it on. Let's see.
Actually, let me see. I'm going to share this meme. 49ers are the best team in the league. Changed my mind.
Nice.
Do you think they're the best team? Like, with this pick, assuming it's quarterback, right? We all think it's quarterback. Think they're the best team in the leagues, like with their current roster?
Maybe the best built team. I don't know if they're the best. Man, that's a good one. I don't know if they're the best team. I think they're the best built team because they can win now and in the future. Let's say they get Trey Lance or Fields or even Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Screw it, right? Is they can contend right now, right? They're health. If health is fine, they can contend right now. But in theory, they should be able to contend for the next 3, 4 years, 3, 4, 5, and then depending on what they do otherwise. So I think they're the best built team. I would say. I don't know if they're the best team.
You still give it to who would you give it to? Chiefs, Tampa?
Yeah.
I agree with what you said. The best built team, built to win now, but in the future too. Like, assuming they get Trey Lance, Justin Fields right now, like, man, which other team can say that, right? Like a young team that is still with experience and can still, like, looking 4 years down the road and still can contend.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Like, look at the Bucks. Let's say Brady retires today. He's just like, or tomorrow, right? He just retires. Like, I'm done here. Like the Bucks become a 6-win, 7-win team, right? Or let's say Rodgers gets traded. Or the Packers at that. But let's say they don't pick up another quarterback. Is Jordan Love? That's probably a 6, 7-win team. Like, it changes so much. Where you have the Niners, who it's like, yeah, they could easily contend for a division this year. And then even, let's say Jimmy's the starter this whole year, and he plays. Hey, that's a division contending team, a Super Bowl contending team. And then let's say after this season, okay, bye. And then they go with Fields or Lance, whoever they drafted. It's like, okay, now there's still a contending team. There's few teams that can say both. Hey, we can contend this year, lose our starting quarterback, and then go again next year, right? Like, I don't know if you can name any. Like, look at the Saints, right? No Breeze, and it's like, oh, I guess they're gonna be middle of the road,
Yeah, depending on what they do tonight. Like, they're probably talking about getting a quarterback tonight too. But
right.
Yeah, they're also, like, in limbo, waiting.
Yeah,
That's the thing too. Yeah, the Patriots too. And that's the thing that I admire with this front office. They're like, you know what? We're not going to wait and hope that one of our guys, like, falls to us at 12. We're going to try to move up. And they were able to move up, top 3, man, like that's hard to do.
Yeah.
I don't know when's the last time that's been done, but that's hard to do. Like
It's hard to do but again, like with the ability to say, okay, we can roll with Jimmy this year. Like it's not an all or nothing where it's like usually when teams do that, they're saying we're going to start this guy from day one. He's just it. That's it. We're starting this guy. Like we don't have any other quarterbacks. Like the Jets are starting Zach Wilson. The Jaguars are starting Trevor Lawrence. Like they don't have
that luxury. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Niners can be like, yeah, we can trade up and still literally have a guy who was a starting Super Bowl quarterback 2 seasons ago as our starter. Like that to me is what's impressive about this, how they ran the offseason, fitting everybody under the cap and Garoppolo's contract. It's like you're in that situation. You can draft your future, but you still have this guy who is a Super Bowl, who's 10 minutes away from me, Super Bowl winning Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah. I think you only keep him if like Lance isn't ready, which could be a possibility, right? Kind of ease him in there, kind of like a Kaepernick situation, though Kaepernick came in because of Alex Smith injury. But it's like, yeah, the Niners have that luxury, and they're in a position that I don't think there's another team out there, like seriously, that can draft for the future and the present. Like that's hard to do. Like kudos, John Lynch, Adam Peters, Kyle Shanahan. Like obviously my tone will change if Mac Jones is the pick. Let's be honest.
Right? Yeah. I mean, they won what 6 games last year? That's pretty impressive. When you think about like, they lost their starting quarterback, then they lost their backup. They lose Bosa, they lose Solly, they lost Buckner, due to a trade. Sherman basically didn't play the whole season. K1 was out sometimes. Like you look down the line, right? Williams missed some games. Debo missed a ton of games. Kittle missed a ton. And you still won 6 games. You beat the Rams twice. You beat the Cardinals with CJ Bet. Like you won some impressive games. You won 6 games. That's why when you talk about well-built team, like what other team could have that many games lost from their studs and still put up 6 wins?
Yeah. And it was like I call it a fluky ass like season, just with the injuries.
Oh, yeah.
Just like the Dolphins game, the first week, the Cardinals games, and then there was that Philly game. I'm just like, man, those are 3 winnable games that we should have won. We lost all 3. And yeah, like we would have won those 3. We're a playoff team, right? So
we're in contention, like still like halfway through the season. I was like, well, they can just win a
right. It was like December. We're like, oh well, if they still can come out 4-0, who knows, right? Yeah. We're on a roll. Jimmy can come back healthy.
Yeah, and I talk a lot about how well the team is built, right? That you lose. I mean, these are stud players we're talking about, and you still were in contention. Like they were in most games. There's only a few games that are really blown out in. Like that's saying something. That says a lot about how well the team is built, just top to bottom, that you could do that. Which I don't think there's another team that can do it. Look at the Patriots, kind of the perfect example. They lose Brady, they lost a couple other pieces, and that team was not good last year, right? Like that looked like that was a bum team, right? Like, what other team can handle that? There's no other team that can handle that.
Yeah, totally. All right, looks like Roger Goodell's out there giving his speech.
Giving the spiel. Did they boo him yet?
Can you hear that?
Yes.
It's like a little faint, huh? They're booing them now.
Oh, good. I need to pull it up. Yeah, it's good.
Got my coffee, iced coffee.
Yeah. No, I've been drinking that new hey Mr. Dwayne Johnson, please sponsor the show. Been drinking the new yeah, it's good. I got the
pineapple. Oh really? I've been wanting to try it because I follow him on Instagram. I'm just like, man, that looks hella good.
Yeah,
it looks refreshing.
It is good. Yeah, it's legit, man. So Dwayne, if you're watching, it's good shit. Sponsor the show.
And he's a Niner fan. I know he's watching.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep up with these tweets. So I was just reading something. Hang on, let me turn this down a little bit. Lowell Cone. They're booing this bum. Oh
Wow.
no. I need to get Grant on.
Oh my god.
I need to have Grant on like one of my live streams.
Grant would be something else. I have like a love. I love his trolling.
Yeah, because you know that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a lot of hot takes, but people take them really seriously, and I think that's what I
That's the
hate.
mistake. Yeah, as a fan, you can't take him seriously.
Yeah,
You just gotta. He is what he is, right? And
yeah.
he's good at it.
Yeah.
He's
Oh
really
no,
good at that.
he's incredibly good at it. It's just I always love like he gives these hot takes. People are like, oh, and it's like no, no, and then it just it's
Yeah,
yeah,
you become a victim of his
yeah,
trap.
exactly.
So here's a tweet. While there are various reports out there on Aaron Rodgers and Broncos, I'm told Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay. All Broncos brass in war room gearing up for the draft. So who knows if that was true or not from Mark Schlereth, but yeah, that's kind of the story of the offseason, right? There's a report, oh, something's happening, and then here comes another report that's like, nah, it's not.
Yeah, I wonder. You have to wonder if maybe the Packers put that out because maybe they're trying to get more from the Niners, right? And maybe like they're like, hey, we want to get a little bit more from the Niners. So if we say the Broncos are about to sign the deal, maybe the Niners will throw us another pick or maybe a player they want or whatever, right? Like that gamesmanship of like, oh, act now. There's only one left, kind of deal.
Yeah.
You have to wonder because I don't know how we went from start saying, "Yep, it's basically a done deal," to like this guy saying, "Like, yeah, that's not happening." Like one of y'all is lying or being told some funny business. Like,
Yeah. Maybe like the source wants to be a credible source, and who knows? Like, I'm not in those conversations clearly, but
yeah,
it's it's one of those games you have to rely on the person who's giving you that information. If not, you look foolish, or yeah, it's just one of those things. And then people just like come after you, like they don't take you serious, like the person who cried wolf.
right.
I made a note to myself.
Okay.
You're like, okay. So I wrote, the pick is in. And I said, don't fuck it up. That's my pick.
That's it.
Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, please. We're begging you.
And right, like that's the thing too. It's like, man, I like Shanahan, I like Lynch, and it's like, man, and especially like after the Harbaugh years where we were so close, right? Year after year, we're right there. We thought this was going to be, I thought Harbaugh was going to be around forever. We're going to win like multiple Super Bowls. Like it was going to be like our Belichick. And then to see that kind of fizzle the way it did, it's like, and then get someone like Shanahan, who everybody seems to really like, and Lynch, who I really, really like. It's like, please don't mess this up. Like, please don't get fired because you fucked this up. Like, please, 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 please. Like, I want him to know this. And then, like, yeah, Shanahan's our coach for the next 10 years. We win a couple titles, like, retire.
I'll say this. How, like, Jed York is acting right now, out of control, like, just this drunk family member you can't control. To me, I think he knows it's not, at least not Mac Jones, because that's the unpopular pick, right?
Right.
And so I think he knows, and he wouldn't be tweeting up a storm if he didn't. Or maybe he doesn't. He just like, they probably just told him, don't worry about it. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
But
I joked that like maybe he's drinking because someone's like, oh, Jed's day drinking. I'm like, maybe because they told him to try and trade for Rodgers. So he's like, what? Like, I thought we were drafting trade. What? Like, so he doesn't know what's going on. So he's like, screw it, I'm drinking. I don't care.
Yeah. It was like 11 a.m. and he's already tweeting some random stuff.
That's what I'm saying. He heard the Lynch called him, was like, yo, we're going to try to trade for Rodgers. Cool. And he's like, what? And so he's like, screw it. I'm just going to start drinking now. Like, I don't even care anymore. I'm telling you. He's like, nope.
Yeah.
Done. It's drinking time.
Absolutely. That's kind of what he's trying to insinuate. It's like, just have fun tonight, faithful. Like, it's going to be all right. Now, he is the type of owner, I think, that if this goes sour, like if they get this completely wrong and it looks bad, like year 1 and 2, yeah, there's going to be conversations about Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Let's be honest. Like, how long they're going to be here. Like, we saw it with Harbaugh. Clearly, the Tom Sula thing didn't work out. And Chip Kelly. Now, Chip Kelly is like, to me, it was like the greatest worst signing of all time. Why? Well, for obvious reasons, it was bad.
Yeah.
But good because we knew what Chip Kelly was. So in our eyes, at least for me, I'm like, this guy's not the long-term answer. Like, what are we doing here? Are we looking for the next coach? Like, is he the bridge coach to the next coach? Like,
right.
Yeah, right, like a quarterback. And then I'm just like, you know what? It would have been genius. I don't know if they did this. I'm like, I'm eyeing this Kyle Shanahan kid from Atlanta. And if I could just get somebody to fill in this gap for now and then cut ties, go after my guy like that if that was planned out, I'm saying that's genius.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of, like you said, it was the best worst signing because it worked out that way. And maybe that's what he was thinking. Like, hey, worst case he sucks. Yeah, we go after this Kyle Shanahan kid. Great. We have a stud. Or Chip Kelly just somehow like figures out how to coach, and we have a stud coach. Like it was kind of a win-win, right? Like no matter how you kind of slice it, it's like either you get Shanahan, who is a genius, or Chip Kelly figures out how to coach, and your team does great, and there you go. Like either way, you're winning. So yeah, I wouldn't be totally surprised. Like kind of that, like I'm gonna take him now. I'm looking at this guy over here. I kind of want.
Yeah,
I want that one. Right?
And obviously, we were all amped up when that happened. John Lynch being signed first, but it was clear that they were eyeing Kyle Shanahan the whole time.
When
so
that
was fun.
He got picked. Yeah, I was hyped because I'm like, I'm huge. Obviously, the lineage, his dad being the OC here, and is just like, man,
coming off a Super Bowl. Like, even though he lost, they're like, man, the expectations now coming in, like we're finally gonna have an offense. Like for the better part, even through the Harbaugh years, we're just like, man, we can barely pick up first downs, can barely score points. It's like a field goal game. It's nothing but defense. And then we're like, we're finally getting someone. Obviously we had Chip Kelly, but that was a disaster. We're finally getting someone who is offensive minded.
Yeah.
So that was a nice refresh change.
It's been good outside the honestly, outside the injuries, it's been when he's had
it's been solid.
Yeah, when he's had a healthy team, you see the results. It's just, and he's won the games he's won, the amount of games he's won with kind of rosters he has. It's impressive when you look at it and go, wow, you won games with these guys? Okay.
Yeah.
Like you need to reevaluate. Like it's kind of like looking back on some of those LeBron Cavs teams, and like you look at those rosters and you forget like how just
god awful that 2007 Cavs team. Like how did they even make it to the finals?
Yeah, you won 63 games with this team.
Like
how did this happen? It got paints a different picture. Like okay, we give LeBron a lot of crap, but you drag that team to 60 plus wins. Like look,
I'd tip my cap, man.
Right, because then he left. On that team, they won like 3 games. Like,
yeah, and Kobe was my guy growing up, but after like LeBron went to Miami, well, during that time, I became a huge Bron fan. Like nobody liked them because that movie made. But yeah,
I will admit to this. I was never a Kobe guy, but. To be fair, I was never a Laker. I was a Lakers guy when I was a kid. This was the 80s with Magic. My dad was a big Lakers fan. So I was a Laker fan in that era, and then like kind of when like Magic and all them retired, I was kind of like a Bulls fan, like everybody was, Jordan. And I was like, okay, I need my own team, I need my own guy. And I remember watching Iverson at Georgetown. And I said, no matter where this kid goes, or whoever drafts him, that's my guy, that's my team. And that like Iverson has been my favorite player like since. That's my favorite player all time. 6 foot, my butt. Just put it all out on the line every day, every night. Just gave you literally every piece he had. So he was, And Kobe, I was just because by the time he got good, he was like, "Oh, I'm a Lakers fan again." I hate bandwagon jumping, so I was like, like I can't jump on that bandwagon now. Like I recognize his greatness, right. I'm like I can't like jump back and be like, "Oh, I'm a Lakers fan." Like I can't do that. Like I wasn't changing. Wow.
So putting up my John Lynch game face on for the draft, but someone said Cam Inman said Trent Baalke's first non-ACL pick in years. Well, we'll see. The pick is in.
Uh-oh. All right.
Obviously, it's going to be Lawrence, right? Has to be.
Oh, is this the first pick? I haven't turned it on yet. Is this the Jags pick?
Yeah.
Oh,
they're about to.
What? They took that long to turn it? Like we all knew who you were
They always take it down the wire for some reason. I don't know. Like, who are you waiting for this nice, beautiful offer that's going to be brought to you at the table just before you make this pick and get blown away, give you like tons of money and like all the draft picks in hell?
Yeah. Right. I always wonder if it's the NFL. The NFL's like, look, we know you know who you're taking. But if you could just wait a couple minutes, like we got advertisers to get to, like, you know what I'm saying? Because it's like, if we're being real, like everybody kind of knows who they're picking, right? They know, like they have their board and they know exactly who they're picking. If this guy's gone, we're taking this guy. Like this draft could probably be done in like 30 minutes, like maybe 35. Quick.
They make it an event. They probably tell them like, hey, just we know who you're gonna take. Just Yeah. So what's Trevor Lawrence to make it official now the Jets are on the clock? They have 8 minutes to pick, or is that 10? Like that's way too much time too. Like by this time, if you don't know who you're gonna pick, especially like the top teams, like come on, like I can understand you're in the middle because now it could be like whoever, right? But
it gets a little dicey if you're in those mid picks because depending on how those first 10 shake out, that might change your whole board, but. Yeah, if you're in the first 3, 4, 5, like you should know. Like if you don't know by now, then I mean, I guess that's why you're picking number 2. I guess if you legitimately like, I don't know.
Yeah. So Trevor Lawrence, do you think he's gonna be a bust?
I say yes, and only because he's going to Jacksonville. Like. I just can't imagine somebody going to Jacksonville as a quarterback and being good. Like we just never.
And you have Trent Baalke running the show. That's like, really? We want to see Trent Baalke succeed now? Get a quarterback now?
Can Urban Meyer make the leap from college to pros? Right, like a lot of these big
people that like button. That's right.
Like if. When you look at those big name college coaches, like they never seem to be able to make that jump, right? It's always assistants or that make the jump, but it's never, Nick Saban tried it. That didn't work out so well.
Atlanta. He really left quick too. He was like, you know what? This ain't it. I'm about to go back to college. Trying to figure this out.
God, who's the guy from Atlanta who like quit like halfway through the season?
Who?
The guy from Atlanta, this coach at Atlanta, and he quit he just up and quit. Oh my God, I can't remember his name now. He was coaching, I think, Louisville for a while. Oh my God.
Lovie Smith?
No, what was his name?
No, he wasn't. He was with Chicago, my bad.
Oh, Falcons coach who quit.
Let's search it up.
Who quit? Like, you just quit. Bobby Petrino.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he quit with like 3 games to go. He just upped and just said, "Nah, I'm quitting." He just quit.
Damn.
And they went to Arkansas. So I almost really went. Yeah, like he just like after 13 games, they were sorry. So it was like, I'm done. I'm just gonna go coach college. Like those big time names, like just they rarely. I mean, Harbaugh's maybe one of the few who. Harbaugh and Carroll may be the only two I can think about off the top of my head who made that leap from like, oh, they're really good college coaches to pros. Everybody else just.
Yeah, I think you have to be like really mature. Like if you're one of those young, this is why I think Cliff Kingsbury is like, as a head coach, I don't think he can relate to players, man. Like Kyle's been just pure in the NFL.
Yeah.
So that's all he knows, right? But you just need someone that can relate to players. I think that's the most important thing if you're going to make that jump, right? Because it's different from college where you're talking to kids. Now you're talking to grown-ass man, right? That makes millions of dollars with a lot of pride. And that changes. That changes completely. No, coach, I'm not going to run those laps. The hell you think?
Yeah.
How you think this is? College?
Yeah. They have contracts and money. And college, you can be like, well, fine, I'll go get somebody else. That's the other thing, too. I think that biggest jump is when you're in college, like you can recruit your players, right? Like, so if you're Kingsbury or Nick Saban, like you can just recruit. You don't have to worry about money. There's no like salary cap you have to worry about. You can just go get all the top 5, 5-star prospects you want if if they're willing to sign. NFL ain't like that. Like you have salary caps and so you have to navigate those. Like a lot of coaches have a hard time with that too. Like, well, what do you mean I can't just have an all-star team? Like I could just recruit players. Like, no, you have a salary cap. You need to fit them under the cap. We need to like all kinds of moving pieces. Like we can't just redshirt everybody or that's not how that works here. Like
it's different. Yeah. You just gotta, like I said, relate to those. I mean, I'm surprised Bill Belichick has succeeded in that, but he's also like, he also needs a certain type of player to play for him, right? Because not any superstar is going to want to go to New England and be a part of that. I think there was like some players who came out of that and were like, you know what? Yeah, we win, but it's kind of hell over there. Yeah. So, it just depends on the player.
Yeah, and he has like he has the gravitas, right? Like, look, I got a ton of rings. You want a ring?
Yeah.
Win rings. This is the Patriot way, as they like to call it, right? And it's like it's hard to argue with success, right? Kind of like Tom Brady does Tom Brady stuff. He yells at people. He does his thing. It's like it's hard to argue the results, right? Kind of like if you watch The Last Dance with Michael Jordan, he's yelling, he's punching out people, and it's like, well, but he's got 6 rings, and pretty much all of his teammates were like, yeah, like he's kind of an asshole, but we won, so it worked, right? Like it really just comes with that. When you have that gravitas, people will be like, all right, cool, I'm willing to do it this way. And yeah, you leave me like, God, I kind of suck, but all those guys probably got what 1, 2, 3 rings out of it, like.
Yeah, you can't argue when you're winning, right? That's the point. But it's going to be interesting now that they aren't. They're kind of like an average team, right? So
yeah, I'm curious to see if they try to jump back in. Like they've got to, right? Like I don't know.
Yeah,
they've got to jump back into them, or not jump up and try to grab a quarterback. Kind of depending on what the Niners do, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, the Jets pick is in. All right, so we'll see what's happening here. This is a big pick too, because people have been saying Wilson, but it's not a done deal.
You probably heard like I do. There was a couple of rumors like they were going to go Fields instead. So I was like, man, really? Like they're like, oh,
they didn't put the camera on Wilson. At least I didn't see it. If someone saw it, I don't know, but normally you could tell like when Bosa got the call. You can tell they're already on the phone. I didn't see that here.
Oh boy.
So we'll see. I don't know.
I mean, would you be like, how crazy that'd be? Like they take Fields, Niners take Zach Wilson. Like we've been so focused on Matt Jones, Fields, Lance, and then here comes Zach Wilson. Like coming out of the locker room like he's Stone Cold Steve Austin.
So is Zach Wilson. He's it. Zach Wilson is the pick at number 2. All right,
here we go.
We're on the clock, baby. We're on the clock. So Fields, Lance, Mac Jones. Here we go. Like, this is the pick that's going to change the Niners' future for better or for worse. We'll see. But as of now, obviously, the majority of the folks who want Fields or Lance, I think they'll settle for Lance. A lot of people just love Fields, right? But I like Lance's potential, man. I really think if he can really like become accurate, and that's just more of a mechanical issue. And we forget how young he is too.
Oh, yeah,
He's, we're watching 2019 film. How old was he? Like 19?
Because I think
He's 20 now. I
20.
think.
Yeah, I'm about to say he's not even 21 yet.
Yeah, let's kind of search that up actually. Trey Lance age.
And that's the thing with
20. He's actually going to be 21 next week. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like Lance could be, if you can unlock the potential, you can get the bet. Like he could be your Mahomes, right? Like, and you think about that with Kyle Shanahan, with Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, but like the thought of that, like you think like, give me a Mahomes type or Mahomes with those weapons. Oh, come on, man. Like, if they're putting 50 points a game, it'd be too easy. Like, that's to me what Lance is. Not that saying that Fields can't be, like, really good, too. I think Fields is going to be, like, a pretty damn good quarterback. But Lance is that guy where if you can unlock it, he's going to light it. It's just going to be insane. Like,
here we go. They said, here we go. So Justin Fields, just for some perspective, he's 22 years old. So, he played out his 4 years in college and a little bit more seasoned, right? And I think that truly does matter because obviously it's kind of unfair to like compare those two because they're on a different like time and place in their career.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 years for Lance, I'm sure it'll make a ton of difference. So we'll see if they take that into consideration or if they're like Fields is the for sure, like, he mechanic wise, he's there, great feet, as people would love to say. Shanahan loves great feet.
He's a feet guy.
Yeah. So here we are. We're a little bit under 5 minutes for this pick to come through, but
I like this
tweet. Man, I'm a little anxious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love this tweet. Zach Wilson's career has immediately ended. You kind of feel like that's the truth, right? Like Jets are like Jacksonville. Quarterbacks go there to die. Like they've drafted so many quarterbacks, so many high pick quarterbacks, and they all just seem to just it just doesn't work, man. Like Sanchez was all right because he had this stud defense around him, right? Like it wasn't anything Sanchez really did, and all the Blaine Gabbert and all the Jacksonville quarterbacks they've drafted over the years. And it's like, and it's like, I love that. Zach Wilson's career has immediately ended. It's like, man.
I mean, you hate to.
I want Saleh to do good.
Like, I do too. That's not too good. I just want him to, do well.
Yeah.
Do well for himself.
Yeah. Right.
Here we go. People are going crazy because the Niners are on the clock now. We've been waiting for this for like over a month. It's been a long time coming. It's been a long journey to get here, but we're finally here, folks.
I am absolutely loving Twitter right now. Niners Twitter is the best. It is so insane. Like, just the amount of man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the Niners just move the needle some way, somehow. And, like, honestly, I don't think, well, maybe because I'm not in that circle of teams of, like, their fans, but I can't think of a crazier Twitter world to be in.
It's a different world. I would say, like, Dallas, like, I've had some exposure to theirs is pretty, and I think it's those franchises that are really, like, Dallas is one of those. Eagles fans are insane. But a lot of the other teams, like, I live in Arizona, and a lot of the Cardinal fans are just kind of ho-hum about, like, kind of everything. Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Yeah, he's a pretty good kid. And, like, you don't get the vitriol. I'm like, no, Where are the death threats? Don't you know how to do this? This not doing it right. If you're not threatening some random football player's life, like, are you living life right? Like, I mean, Cardinal fans are so just kind of like, oh yeah, we lost, all right, cool, whatever. Like, maybe we need a new coach. Like, they're just so chill. Niner fans are like, pitchforks and torches, and every time there's an incomplete pass or a turn, I mean, you've seen it during game day. It's insanity. Like, how could you call that play, Kyle? You're the worst coach ever. I mean, it runs the gamut. It is just. It's amazing. It's
yeah.
Oh my God.
I can't keep up sometimes. Sometimes I gotta just like get my head straight because I'm just like, oh my God, I'm gonna go insane trying to keep up with everybody's tweets.
Did you see Jed York's tweet they just put out? OMG, power out. Phones to the draft not working. Please, someone call the NFL to let them know we want to take quarterback from. And it's just
take the phone away from Jed right now. I don't need this right now. I don't need this extra anxiety. Pig is in.
Uh-oh.
Pig is in.
Oh boy.
Well,
turn it up. I want to hear this.
Here. You want me to turn it up?
Yeah.
In terms of play selection.
Can you hear that?
Yeah. I was going to turn mine on, but I was like, Bill's going to get the straight thing going.
Everyone in North Dakota State will tell you this.
Can you hear that clear?
Yeah.
As well, if not better than anyone in this draft class. And he's
well, we're still waiting on Roger Goodell, for crying out loud.
Hurry up, Roger.
He may be the biggest boomer.
He's drawing he's drawing this shit out too. He doesn't losing it.
And you know what? I would bet my money on Trey Lance not busting. Why? Because this guy is wired right. You won't find a single person say a bad thing about him, and he is going to be a superstar.
If the pick is Lance, Mel, it will be one of the great stories in the history of the draft. Yes, I agree. Most fascinating player at any position I've ever played. You think about game management skills, only one interception over 17 starts. You think about his smarts, how cerebral he is.
It's going to be Lance. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Lance. Let's see. Come on.
For 6 weeks, Roger Goodell has the card in his hand. The San Francisco 49ers have made.
I just saw Twitter.
Yeah, I was gonna say I saw it too. I shouldn't have spoiled it.
Yeah, you know, Twitter's good for spoiling. But let's hear it. Let's hear it.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance.
Yeah, boy.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Quarterback of the future.
Woo.
They didn't. They didn't mess it up. They didn't mess that up. Trey Lance. Unbelievable. We waited so long. Obviously, people wanted Fields. Thank God it's not Mac Jones for those who wanted Fields. Y'all can stop praying now. Trey Lance. I mean, this is it, baby. That's what you picked. You went in here. When was it? Friday? We went. It was like
Friday.
I
like a
Friday.
couple weeks ago, I was like, I want Lance. I changed my mind. I think I started off with Fields, and I was like, no, I want Lance. I want the lottery ticket.
Trade to the Bay. Wow. Trade to the Bay. I'm excited, man. I think I'm gonna need to buy a new jersey. Like I just got this Bosa one. I think I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to wait till he gets his number. But
how about this? Yeah, I wonder what his number is gonna be. Because he was 5 in college.
Ooh, that looked nice. And they changed the rules, right? Does that apply to quarterbacks? I don't know.
They did change it, but it doesn't go in effect until next season, like after this one. I think because they already probably jerseys. So I think it goes in effect for the 2022 season.
Actually, let me create a banner. Trey to the Bay.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, I wonder if he'll keep 5. The old Jeff Garcia.
Trey to the Bay.
Wait, let me see. I think I have my. Let's see. Do I still have my?
Let's go. Let's go. Faithful. Look, I was a nervous wreck before this entire thing went down, and I was nervous. I was like, Shanahan, there it is.
I got it. There you go. I can say I'm the first one with the Trey Lance jersey. Never mind the Garcia thing.
Garcia.
I got first. Trey Lance. I'll just
I need to cop his jersey, man. I love that's really who I grew up watching.
Yeah, Garcia was great. I think the more we look back on his career, he's like that guy you realize, like, man, he was actually like, he was really good. And I think like people just kind of hated on him, but he was good. Yeah, this is like, I got this. My boy got this for me. He saw it. He lives in the Bay still. He saw it in like a Goodwill. And it's like an authentic.
Yeah, I got a Gore one like that.
Yeah, and he picked it up and he shipped it out to me. He's like, bro, you want this? He's like, I got this for $10. I'm like, yes, please. Please send that to me. Yeah.
All right, someone just said, now go get Najee Harris.
Oh.
They saved their jobs. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I was just saying, like, I was fearful that Shanahan was going to stick to his stubborn self. But quite honestly, this is the type of pick that could catapult you to like the next level. Look at Andy Reid. Like, he had Donovan McNabb. He had all these like okay quarterbacks, but never someone that can sort of take his system to that next level. Then Patrick Mahomes came, right? And the rest is kind of history now. We're still kind of in that time and place, but wow.
Yeah, someone that can unlock the full potential, right? Like Alex Smith was good with the Chiefs, and Don, like I said, Don good with the Eagles, and Vic did good with but he
similar to Shanahan. I'm sorry, yeah. Similar to Shanahan, always got there, never can take that next level and win that chip.
Yeah, until you
got Mahomes game. Yep.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You get that guy that unlocks your system. Or vice versa, like Shanahan did that, his dad, Mike Shanahan, did that with Elway, right? Like Elway never had that coach who could maximize Elway. Shanahan shows up and Elway gets 2 Super Bowls, bang bang, right? Like you need that guy that could unlock it for you, and this is
the type of move. Now I will say this: you may need some patience, but I don't think that there's a person out there that said, you know what, it's not worth it. I think moving up from 12 to 3, giving up those first round picks in order to like I said, swing for the fences type of move, we obviously needed that. There was no other big needs other than like, now we can get into like the other needs as the draft is continuing, but is like this team was ready to compete now and they just needed a quarterback. And that's why I was scared. Like Mac Jones, he's ready to like play now, but I'm like then you just kind of settled for someone that you already know their ceiling.
Yeah.
Why don't we try swing for the fences on this one? At worst, like he's not a Josh Allen, but he can still be pretty good. That's how I feel.
No, I'm 110% with you. Swing for the fences. And I think the one thing that helps with this, and I think maybe how people draft quarterbacks now differently too, is the rookie wage scale, right? Like before, I think Stafford maybe was the last guy to get the number 1 pick that got the huge deal. Like you picked a guy in the top 3 or 1 or whatever. Like you had to pay him, like coming out, you had to pay him top money. Like Stafford had, a 9-figure deal basically before he even stepped on the field. Now with the rookie wage scale, it doesn't hurt you as much, right? Like you can move on from guys fairly easy. If they don't work out in those first 4 or 5 years, you can move on and it doesn't kill you. Whereas before, like you're signing to a 7-year, $180 million, like it was insanity. They haven't even played yet. You're not even sure they can play. Now it's like, okay, if Lance doesn't work out, then it's like, well, then, after 4 years, you decline his 5th-year option, kind of like Trubisky, say bye, and you go get somebody else. Like you have that flexibility now, whereas before you did it. And I think you're seeing that with how teams are much more willing to take those shots because it doesn't kill them cap-wise. If you hit on that guy, you hit on Trey Lance, and he is your Mahomes for the next 3-4 seasons. Well, now you've freed up that salary cap. You can grab a couple pieces here or there, right? Like you can take advantage of this cheap ass, like this Seattle did, right? With Wilson, he was cheap and you saw they paid up. They paid other people. You're able to do that for those first 4 or 5
the
seasons.
thing we forget, like who knows which quarterbacks are coming out of the draft next year. Like,
Right.
I saw this draft as like, whoa, like this is a nice opportunity for the Niners to get a solid quarterback. And it's perfect because we need one right now, right? Why wait until Jimmy's contract is up? Like, why don't you get aggressive? You see what's in front of you. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. You don't know like what kind of quarterbacks are going to come out. Probably won't be as good as this one this year. So
Wow.
I think that it was smart on their part, knowing that I'm pretty confident that they wanted to trade for a veteran quarterback, like we talked about earlier, the Staffords, and now we've heard the Aaron Rodgers of the world. But like, this is, now that it didn't pan out, like it might have been for the better. Let's be honest. Like, you're getting a rookie quarterback that you can develop, and you won't have to pay him. You don't have to worry about paying him that top money, at least not now. And depending on what they do, now we have to wonder, like, what are they going to do with Jimmy Garoppolo? Because we're saying, yeah, it would be smart to keep him. And I'm with you. But we also have to think, like, maybe they want to give Warner that extension now. Like, who knows what the cap situation is now. And, you know, trading him, releasing Garoppolo will free up that money. So who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. I will. Now that they picked Lance, I feel like before the draft started, I would have rather had Rodgers. Like, if you ask me right for a draft, like Rodgers or whoever they pick at 3, I would say just give me Rodgers. Like, just give me Rodgers. Now that it's happened, I'm like, okay, I'd rather have Lance. What's your take on that? Like, would you rather have Rodgers?
You know what? It was fun. Like, I honestly was like, ooh, I was kind of interested. I'm like, ooh, okay, let's hear it out. But
yeah.
The only thing is, we know that Aaron Rodgers would be great, but it's almost like he's ready to hang up those cleats. Almost. I'd say he has a solid 3 years. I don't know what his contract is now. Actually, I should probably look that up. But I'm saying is, like, we know the end is near with Rodgers, and it's kind of like a rental, kind of like with Tampa with Tom Brady, right? They know that this is not going to last, 5-6 years. This is just like a nice 2 to 3 year window that we can win, and they've capitalized on that. Great.
See, he has 3 years left on his deal.
Yeah. So I think that this is probably realistically his last year, unless like he can get into the Brady status, which is unheard of. Right. But he's been relatively healthy. He's been, keeping that. But also what's in question, like, how long does he want to play? So the idea is great. Now, it also depends what you were willing to give up to get Aaron Rodgers. I still would have liked for the Niners to make this pick. It gives you flexibility with the cap. It gives you a chance to be even better, to be a dynasty. Yeah, we float those words around, but in all honesty, taking a swing on a Trey Lance type of player is where it can lead to a dynasty, like the Chiefs. Like, we always use that example, but it's true. And you can always get a great quarterback. The reason I say dynasty is, teams always get a solid pick. Just look at the Texans. They got Deshaun Watson, right? But why haven't they won? Their front office is trash. They don't know. Their coaching is trash. I think the Niners have the pieces here and the coaching to not only develop Trey Lance, but, man, now we don't know what the ceiling is. It's through the roof.
Yeah.
That's what gets the fans excited about the pick.
Yeah. I mean, if Twitter's any indication, the fans are definitely enjoying the pick. Like, that's, I think, because everybody just didn't want Mac Jones. So I think literally anything but Jones was going to be celebrated. But I mean, that's, like you said, I mean, it really is that sky's the limit kind of thing. Like
Real quick, Falcons drafted Kyle Pitts. Hey,
Interesting.
Pitts is like, he's a baller, dude. Like,
I like Pitt.
I just, I don't know if I would pick him that high. That's why I always get scared of like drafting a receiver, or even like in his case, he's a tight end technically, that high, just because, yeah, they're great, right? But I don't know. Like,
yeah, I'm not a big draft. As a matter of fact, I was going to look this up because I was wondering, like, tight ends drafted in the first round. I was thinking, like, I can't think of one that's like really panned out. Like, like on top of my head, I was thinking, like, I don't remember really any of them really like working out really well. But I'm like, maybe
that'll be a nice.
Let's see.
A nice nugget here to plug in.
Let's see. Where are all these guys? I mean, this list is not good so far.
So do you want to talk about really quick, Chris Sims, how he had his quarterbacks like in order? He had Trey Lance. Here I have it here. He had him 5th behind Mac Jones and Kellen Mond.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. I watched this whole. They broke down him and oh my god, Florio or whatever, and they broke it down. I was like, well, really?
Now I don't know like how he like is he like doing this list in terms of how they are now or the potential they can have.
I don't
know.
Yeah. The Kellen Mond thing, I don't know. I'm not man, first round like tight end.
Mond, yeah, I don't know about 4 on Kellen Mond. Definitely top 10, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Tight ends early, like, I mean, if you look at the last ones, like last year was Noah Fant. He was drafted in the first round. So was TJ Hawkinson. Before that was Hayden Hurst, who I think got traded to the Bears or something. David Njoku, he's been nothing. He was supposed to be like the end all be all. Remember, he was a freak athlete, and he's Eric Ingram's.
Do we have to go all the way back to Vernon Davis?
Yeah, OJ Howard. Like, these are all guys that were supposed to be like Kyle Pitts, Eric Ebron. Like, none of these guys are, Tyler Eifert was all right. Jermaine Gresham was all right. Like,
they're not a generational, like, once in a lifetime type of like player, right? Yeah. It's not like you would add them on your first team all pro for the decade.
Yeah. Right? And that's why I don't like Tyler. Like, I get he's a freak athlete, but I feel like with those positions, like,
and don't the Falcons have like other needs too?
Yeah, they have honestly. There was the weird thing. Yeah, this year was that there wasn't a lot of like stud defensive players. And that's really what they need is defense. They need defense. Like their secondary, I think, had like 2 picks all year. Like, it wasn't good. It was like, do you really want to take Patrick Surtain, the third or second, whatever it is, at number 4? Probably not. So it was kind of an offensive heavy class this year, right? Like, there was no edge rusher. There's a couple like Surtain's like good. I don't know if you want to take him at number 4. I don't know, like Pitts at 4, just like, man.
I had saved that. I had saved this from the Draft Network. So, okay, we're looking at the Falcons. So I guess they do need a tight end because that's what they have here highlighted. But yeah, like you said, they needed edge, corner.
There's no studs this year. No one that you want to take at 4, like, right? Like, so I get it. Like, it's a value pick and it's best player available, right? Like, it is on pretty much everybody's board. Was like, I think on some boards he was just number 1. Period. Out like some I think have him above Trevor Lawrence. So
wow, really quick. I'm sorry. Back to back. Jamar Chase to the Bengals.
Oh, okay.
See, now the Bengals actually,
they needed a tackle.
Yeah, they needed like where were they?
If you can't protect Burrow, he's in deep. Like, that's not gonna work out.
Exactly.
Yeah, they needed and they had Sewell,
Do they not
Slater.
have Cincinnati here?
They're just not good enough to like screw it. Yeah, it looks like because it looks like alphabetical and
Yeah, it's just like no.
like screw those guys.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure they needed a like tackle or something. I know that. Well, they did draft a tackle last year, I think, from the guy from Alabama. I forget his name.
Oh yeah, they needed help. I'm not surprised they didn't chase like you like Burrow. You team him back up with his teammate. Like it makes sense, but it's like man, like I'd be really scared. Like if you can't protect Burrow,
Yeah,
it's gonna be a wasted pick for Chase, right? Like well, who's throwing them the ball? Like that's see this draft is already kind of like
yep, it's already going there.
it's just kind of not weird, but now like it opens up. This is like because they did that, like now you have like do the Niners jump out? Like if one of these tackles lasts long enough, maybe the Niners are like, hey, we want that tackle. Like screw it. Like
Yeah.
I mean Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, like who the Dolphins take now? Because I think a lot of people thought that they gotta take Devontae Smith, right?
Oh yeah, right.
Because they need
Is that going to be 3 receivers, 3 positional players off the board, off the bat? Like a lot of people were saying, there's going to be 4 quarterbacks in a row. They thought Atlanta may go with a quarterback, and they might have if, let's say, the Niners pick Fields. Trey Lance is still on the board. Don't you think that the Falcons are probably like second guessing their pick? Like, ooh, Trey Lance is still there.
Yeah, that's a weird one. But Miami,
or I'm sure like another team tries to jump in and say, you know what, let's swap picks. We'll give you a future first round. We want Lance. Like that's the type of impact that Lance, I think, could have brought to this draft. Now, there hasn't been no trades yet, but Dolphins pick is in now, so we'll see.
They're going to take Smith. They have to. You get to team Tua up with Devontae Smith again from Alabama, right?
Bengals need everything. Lance is trash. Well, I mean, we don't know that yet. Like, give it at least a year before we say that. I mean, anybody could come in here and say, Zach Wilson is trash. We just don't know yet. We're just kind of.
But don't you want him to be good? Like, at the end of the day, like, if you're a Niners fan, like, don't you hope that Trey Lance is the second coming to Joe Montana? Like,
if Trey Lance can be Josh Allen, this is a home run pick, like plain and simple.
Yeah,
he's built like him. He's big. Finally getting a nice a quarterback that can extend the play. How much did we cry about that all like the past 2 years?
And an arm, right? To throw it deep, right? Problem doesn't throw it deep. Like now you got a guy that can.
Now, obviously, this is not a finished product. That's what people have to remember. Yeah. This is not a finished product. This is just still a kid, 20 years old, still developing. And so I'm excited. I'm excited because Shanahan finally got his guy. And now we're going to have to wait until September to see what he does.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I can't wait for the press conference. Because he's going to get asked about Rodgers. They're going to get asked about, like, they're going to get asked about all because I mean, like they haven't disputed that they reached out to the Packers and asked about Rodgers. So it's like, I mean, there's a lot of questions.
I'll say this: if I'm a reporter, I'm asking where did you have Lance on your board? Like, can you go over your quarterback board 1 through 5? Because you said he had 5 guys.
Yeah.
Could you rank your 5?
They're going to say he was number 1. Watch.
Lance was number 1.
That's what they're going to say.
Then they're going to squeeze in, Wilson was number 2, Mac Jones, 3. We felt he could have started right away,
Yeah. They're going to say, oh, we had Lance number 1 from the first day. I mean, of course.
When we moved up, Lance was our guy.
It didn't even matter if Trevor Lawrence was there, we were going to take Lance.
And in the same breath, they're like, yeah, we reached out about Rodgers, but Lance was our guy. We knew that we weren't going to do that. We just wanted to make sure we weighed all our options. So to me, the pick was in, and they didn't, at least for now.
Yeah.
They haven't messed it up. You know, people were saying he's going to be Mac. I'm just happy it's not. And Trey Lance, huge potential. Huge potential.
I can't wait for the schedule to come out. Like,
you going to a game this year?
I bought season tickets this year.
Oh, that's right. You told me.
Yeah. I don't know, like, they were like, you know, you get the emails, you know, hey, you want, and I was like, usually I ignore the shit out of those, but I was like, you know what? Let me see what the options are. Like, I don't know how expensive this is. I was like,
wow. Dolphins just got Jalen Waddle.
Oh, okay. I was like, it's either going to be Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle. One of the two.
I'm a little bit surprised as Waddle. Like, people were freaking out about Devontae Smith's weight, which, I mean, yeah, I guess. But, wow, 3 position players off the board back to back. That's not even quarterbacks. Now, you had teams that didn't need quarterbacks, so it kind of makes sense. But,
I wonder what Detroit is now. Because Detroit could use a quarterback, right? I mean, Jared Goff is obviously not your long-term solution. They use defensive help, Micah Parsons, the linebacker from, I think, Penn State's there. Maybe this is the trade spot, right? If you're the Patriots, maybe this is your trade spot that you like, because you got to figure maybe the Broncos might look quarterback. So maybe if you're the Patriots, this might be your trade spot where you're like, all right, let's try to jump into that number 7 spot.
Yeah, because both Fields and Jones is on the board. The pick is in already for the Lions, so I don't think there's been a trade unless it hasn't been announced. But what do you think the Lions go here? Let's look at their needs. Lions.
Fields. Maybe they say, fuck it. Like, we have Goff. We can sit Fields for a year.
Well, they need a tackle, so they probably go Penny Sewell. I think it's his last name. I'm sorry. I'm butchering it.
Sewell from Oregon.
From Oregon?
Yeah, I was about to say he's from Oregon, right? Slater's from Northwestern, I think.
Yeah. Also need a corner, wide receiver, at least according to the Draft Network. So we'll see. Jalen, I mean, to me, the Dolphins, this was like best player available type of pick. Just because they have like tons of picks that they're trying to unload. So now the Lions
really getting.
City Boys 415 says we need a big wide receiver now. I agree with wide receiver. We do need a receiver. I don't know if I'll go first round with it. Rather go corner or I don't know, maybe even if there's like an edge player that falls.
I would like a big receiver. I know everybody keeps talking about Hurd, and it's like, look, until I see that dude actually, like, you know, get on the field.
Yeah.
To me, like Hurd, I kind of mentally pretend like Hurd's not on the team. I said we keep, you know, he's blowing. He's like, dude, like at this point you have to kind of just think that he's not going to play. Like that's kind of he's like Ford. He's the offensive version of D Ford. I just assume he's not playing at this point.
So I'm assuming you're not a big fan of River Craycraft?
Oh. I was watching. I forgot what game. I was watching an old Niners game. I think it was from like, I want to say it was Garoppolo's first year with the Niners or something like that. And Craycraft was on one of the teams they were playing. They're like, River Craycraft. I'm like, what the? Yeah, he was like on special teams or something. It was just kind of weird. I was like, oh, I didn't even realize like he had been in the league. Like, you know, like I didn't really know who he was until he somehow got on the Niners.
Yeah, I'm curious where they have Fields on the board. Like, obviously a fan favorite. I could understand why, but on tape, at least for now, I think they're clearly drafting on what the prospect can do, like in the future. Right. But like, if you just compare them, like I said, it wouldn't be fair for Trey Lance. But you know, Fields had the better game tape, right, and played the better competition. So I'm curious where like general managers have Fields ranked. Like, is it top 5, or maybe they look at him and say, you know, just may need some time to develop and process information too slowly. Obviously has the athletic ability, but we just don't know.
Yeah, I like this quote, this tweet from Schefter. He says, I'm dropping stuff on the floor. New San Francisco quarterback Trey Lance's psychological tests for the 49ers were, quote, off the charts, unquote, per a source. The Niners considered him the smartest quarterback in this draft class.
Yeah, and that's kind of when they said that they wanted a smart quarterback with great feet. Keep saying great feet. But that's kind of what they like. And I'm like, okay, it's clearly not, for me, it's not Jones, because Jones has a lack of character. Like his decision making off the field, I think it's a question mark. And so to me, it came down to, all right, like when I hear Trey Lance on interviews, like you can tell that this guy just loves to study film. Like he's just one of those people that grinds on tape. And I honestly haven't seen like a lot of Justin Fields interviews, so I can't really say anything about that. But he's the guy that stood out to me when, I forget if it was a report or they said it, but I heard it from somewhere where they're like, we want someone who's smart, can see the field well, process information quickly, and that could be kind of the quarterback, obviously, but kind of like the head coach's eyes on the field.
Yeah, and that was something we talked about before a couple weeks ago, that the system he ran at North Dakota State was he had that responsibility at the line of scrimmage, right? To call
played under center at times. Yeah.
Yeah. And he had that responsibility. And I said, then I think that is appealing to Shanahan, that somebody who even in college had that responsibility. And obviously if you're calling defense, you're calling offense, like you have to be smart, right? Like you have to be able to look at the defense, recognize what they're doing, call plays, that kind of, that you love to see. And then it's like, okay, so if I can coach you up on everything else, but you're already, I think I said it then, you're ahead of the game because you already know how to do that, right?
Yeah.
That implies intelligence. Not saying Fields can't or Jones or anybody else can't. That's not a knock on them, but you've already seen him do it. And that, I think, was what I said before, was just huge to Shanahan. Someone who's already kind of ahead of the game that way. And then you add in the athletic ability, right? He can make off-scripted plays when he needs to. And I think, kind of like we keep going back to Mahomes, but he is kind of the standard bearer, right? He's great in the pocket. He can do all this, make all the throws. He's got the arm strength. He can do all that. But when plays break down, he can buy you time with his feet. He's not the fastest guy. Trey Lance isn't the fastest guy either. But he can buy you time, right? He can buy you time. He can make plays. And that's maybe the thing Mahomes does, is he can buy time and make that extra play,
Yeah, that's what I like, is like when you see young quarterbacks, most of the time you're just like, oh, he comes off his first read and then starts scrambling, right, to try to run with the football. But when you see Lance, he does some of that, but it's not like all the time. Like it's just like he's going through his progressions, and you can see that because he's like moving his helmet, right? And like he's not looking to run. Now, if a play breaks down in front of him, then he's kind of scrambling, trying to extend the play. And then if that doesn't go, then he runs with the football. And that's exactly what you want in a quarterback, right? And I'm sure that's what Shanahan saw in him. He's like, okay, he's not a one read, then put your head down, start running type of quarterback. He wants the play to develop. And if it's not there, he has that ability to extend the play with his legs, which is ultimately what, Deshaun Watson is so good at. Aaron Rodgers, even, like those are the type of quarterbacks that I'm sure he looked up to and is inspired to be like,
Yeah, those guys can get out of the pocket if necessary and still make the plays down the field. I think that's, like you said, Rodgers is, I think that's maybe his most underrated attributes. Like, dude, no one, I mean, pretty much until Mahomes came out, like no one had done better than Rodgers to me. Like he was so good getting out of the pocket, rolling to either side, and throwing dimes. Like that dude was just insane with that. Like he was so good at that.
Absolutely.
And he wasn't like even some blazer. He wasn't Kaepernick, but he could buy enough time, and then he had the arm strength to fit in really tight windows on the move. It just to get a guy like that puts the defense on their heels, right? Like you have to cover your guy for literally every second of the play, right? Even if the quarterback runs out, it's like shit. You still have to stay on your guy because if you lose contain for a second, or you start looking, in the backfield at Lance while he's scrambling, you're not paying attention. There goes Kittle behind you, and then you're looking up as the ball goes over your head, like, oh, that was my guy. Oops, you know what I'm saying? Like which makes it hard on the defense. Like you have to you can't take a second off because this guy will, he can throw it over you, or he can take off and run if he wants to, So as a defense, like what do? It puts him in that catch-22. It's great.
Yeah,
so,
I think I just can't wait. Right, can't wait to see what Trey Lance is able to develop into. Like,
so what happens with Garoppolo now? Like that now, it's like. Does this
now we look into? Oh wait, I got a super chat, Raul.
What up, Raul? Yeah.
What's that?
Gray area. There you go.
There you go. Sorry, something's tripping out.
Yeah, I like that.
But
now Trey area. I love it.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm excited. Now, obviously, we all just didn't want Mac, but the fact that the Niners are thinking that this guy can be like, we talked about it right before the draft. It's just like Trey Lance has the highest ceiling out of all these quarterbacks. And if he can put the pieces together, like this is a home run pick and one that can help you build a dynasty, win multiple rings. And this is another thing too, credit Jed. They have extensions running for another 5 years now. So it comes from the top, works their way down. Like these are the types of moves that allows you to not only get patient, but develop. And those are the type of picks that, like I said, get you those dynasties.
Yeah, Jed, to his credit, he learned from the Harbaugh. I think he realized. I think when they brought on Shanahan, I think he basically said as much, like, "Yo, my bad. I let that Shanahan, the Harbaugh situation get out of hand." I mean, if you remember the Thanksgiving Day, when they got beat by Seattle, he had that tweet, and I think I think a lot of people got caught in their feelings, basically, and I think Jed realized, like, what's up?
John Lynch and Kyle are live.
Oh, serious? Damn, that was
already.
Quick.
Yeah, thanks to Raul. He's the one that sent it. So let me turn up the volume real quick.
Yeah.
When you get an opportunity to go through something like that, it is really cool to find out about people in your building, how they handle it. It's really cool to kind of watch people in the media too a little bit and just see who gives opinions, who gives some sources that you watch it and it's like, all right, I know that's not true. So
he got a suit and everything. Look at Coach.
For 2 months and how things are.
And okay, is that on YouTube? Where's that on?
Like that.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Kind of neat to see. You learn a lot about your organization.
It's like how Shanahan took shots at the media.
But you try to lower your head and you try to do what's right and not be affected by any of that. And it's just been interesting to watch. And I'm sure glad that it's over. That we got our guy. I'm glad we feel so good about it. And
I'm sure they released all that Mac Jones talk because they want the Jets to consider it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like we forget
where we've been, but I think
Shanahan looks good in the suit. I don't remember seeing him much in the suit. Looks good, man.
We got to tell Trey Lance.
And John always looks sharp.
John's always in the suit, yeah. But Kyle, he's more of a
he's like a one-paper guy.
Yeah.
We got to know a person that impressed us as much on the field.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody asked me where they had Trey ranked and Fields. I need to know where they had Fields.
I'm very
that
curious.
goes for a lot of these guys, but with Trey, that was a special moment to be able to talk to him because I think it was true surprise. And he had a hunch.
So the Panthers, really quick, the Panthers selected cornerback J.C. Horn. Wow, that is high. I didn't think Horn would go top 10, but I told you. Remember, I wanted him at 12. People think highly of him.
This draft is crazy. Like it's just
no defensive lineman yet.
Yeah, there just wasn't it wasn't a defensive heavy kind of there wasn't that edge rusher like you had Bosa 2 years ago who you knew he was just going to be a stud regardless, and this year just wasn't. Just kind of wasn't that. You look at the board and there's a lot of high risk, high reward guys, like the guy from Florida or not Florida, Miami, Rousseau. I can't say his last name. Rousseau, the guy from Michigan, Pay. There's a lot of just kind of Pay physically should be there, but you look at his production, didn't really have it. So it's well,
also too, the COVID thing really messed things up, I'm sure.
Yeah,
and not a lot of film on some of these guys, and you're really going off of what you saw. And a lot of these guys did play, a good chunk of games, at least the ones who are being drafted right now, except Trey, of course. But it's just one of those years that they don't have a lot of resources, and unless they went to a pro day and saw you, they may not know about you. That's kind of the unfortunate part of all this.
Yeah. Well, it's remember we talked about last week, we talked about Zach Wilson before this season. He was on that radar. No one would have picked Zach Wilson to be the number 2 pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
No one.
Now he was getting some noise during the year, in
right.
I heard in October, I was hearing whoa, this guy got a nice arm.
Yeah.
He can be a nice talent. But yeah, I mean, let's say Wilson doesn't play. Wilson's probably not getting drafted in the first round.
No, I don't think there's any way he gets drafted in the first round. But he played, and so because there wasn't as many people playing, he was able to almost capture the spotlight. They were one of the few teams that was playing, so they're on TV. He was getting exposure. It totally changed, I think, how people oh, okay, where you said if he didn't play, I don't think there's any way he's getting drafted in the first round. There's no way.
There's no way. He had one amazing season, and he showed his talent, right? Because I think the year prior he got injured, but yeah, just he had an outstanding year, which is why he got drafted number 2. So.
Yeah, in a year where not everybody played, so it kind of he was able to capture more of that spotlight.
Yeah,
it wasn't as many teams playing.
Hey, really quick, I'm gonna go use the restroom. All right,
sounds good.
I'm about to put a. I'm
watching Kyle.
Boom.
Sharp.
All right, I'll be back.
All right.
All right, I'm back.
What up? I'm watching Kyle. He looks good in the suit, man. He needs to wear suits more often.
You watching Kyle?
Yeah, he looks. You know what? I'll say he looks so like he looks relieved. I was like his face, like, oh, this is over. Thank God. Like, not
Seriously.
everybody watching all the media speculation. I'm sure watching the fans like, oh, if you pick Jones, or he just looks like, okay, see, I got Lance. See, it's fine. It's fine. Like, he's like, ah.
Well, the funny thing is, like, the season's barely getting started, right? So this is just the draft. Like, now you gotta actually go out there and do it. So yeah, it's been an eventful offseason.
What do you think they do now? Let's talk rest of the draft. What do you think they do now?
The Niners?
Yeah, like they got
Well, I guess depending on where these chips fall, right? I mean, J.C. Horn is the first corner off the board. I was really high on him, so not a huge surprise. But I think, like, yeah, you have to, like, target a corner here. That's kind of my best bet, is like where those chips fall. At least someone defensively, because I think if, like, an edge rusher, like, that you're really high on falls, like, I don't know, maybe they try to sneak in, try to do that. Oh, Patrick Surtain, Broncos.
Really?
That's another corner.
They're really beefing up that defense. All right. That's which kind of made, like, I'm not saying they have a fairly good defense already. If you can, that's not a bad way to do it. Yeah, Niners have pick 43, so round 2, pick 43. So in those top 10 picks, 10, 11 picks.
Now they could come back in. The Jets have another pick, 23. So if the Jets want to accumulate more picks, that'll be an interesting, like, spot where the Niners could kind of come in through the back door and draft another guy here.
There's a couple. Jaguars have another pick.
Yep, the Jaguars got another pick, and you can look at
Ravens have 2 picks.
Yeah, Ravens have, like, almost back-to-back picks. Like, they're like 5 picks away from each other.
So that may be your target. If
yep, 31. Yep.
Like, because I mean, God, you got to figure that. Yeah. Get Baltimore another, couple of picks, and then they move back 4 spots to their 31. That would be huge.
Exactly, because, like, especially, like, round 1, the reason it's so popular to get back into the back end of it is because once you don't want to have that time, like, that day where GMs can start, like, thinking about their plan again. And if they see, like, this high-rated player still on the board, he might not be there at pick 43. So it's one of those things that where, like, yeah, if you have a guy that you like and is still there, a lot of people want Najee Harris. I just don't see the Niners committing that much into a running back. But, hey, if they want it, I wouldn't be mad at it. Like, if they do that, I would not be mad at that.
I'd love to get one of those. Horns off, Surtain's off. Who's the one? Oh, Farley, but he's got that back issue.
Yeah, the Broncos clearly,
defense hard.
Yeah, for sure.
It sucks for the Cowboys, because I think the Cowboys are probably looking at grabbing one of those top corners if they could grab, like, Surtain.
Now here comes Dallas, right? Dallas is always interesting. I always feel like they swing for, like, obviously CeeDee Lamb worked out for them, but
they're going to get Smith. They're going to get Smith.
Hey,
they
would be the perfect team to make that move. Like, why don't we just double down a receiver and forget our defense?
Yeah, let's keep building this offense, but let's keep giving up 600 yards a game. Like, that's a winning strategy. Yeah. That would be some Jerry.
Great recipe. Let's just this is a classic shootout, 1,000-yard game between both teams. Just like it's gonna be like 60 to 57 type of game.
Yeah, they would do something. That's which it makes zero sense. It's like, dude, it's so hard to win that way. Like,
Yeah.
you can't win that way. But they keep trying to do it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go Smith or who else is out there.
Let's see. According to them, they need corner, offensive tackle, edge, tight end.
Maybe
Doubt they go tight end. They'll probably go edge or
go
maybe tackle.
Yeah. Slater. I know
Rashawn Slater. Yep, he's still on the board.
That would be, honestly, if they're smart, I would go Slater. Like, because like the other cornerbacks now are kind of like knowing I take it 10. There's no edge you want at 10. Like, there's no edge you're going to sit there and like, oh, I have to get Slater would be nice, though. Rebuild that O-line.
Oh, yeah.
I go Slater. But the guy would probably be dumb and go. They'll be dumb and go with Devontae Smith just because.
They still have Greg Newsome at corner, Caleb Farley, Tyson Campbell, Eric Stokes. Those last two guys are probably.
That's who I want. That was the guy. I couldn't remember the other day we were talking. It was Stokes. That's who I kind of want.
From Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's quick. He ran like a crazy 40 time.
Yeah.
Like 4.2s. He's somewhere in the 4.2s. But yeah, those guys, hey, if you could like get a Tyson Campbell too, like the other corner from Georgia, I think that'll be a solid pick in the second round. But
yeah. Yeah. That was the guy I could. I think it was a trade. Dallas traded number 10 to Philly for its 1 and 3rd round pick. That is crazy. Like, in division trades. Like,
wait, what they give up?
For its 1st and 3rd round picks. I think they swapped because wasn't Philly picking like 2 picks behind them or something? So they basically so they gave up their 10 for Philly's 12, and then Philly threw them a 3rd round.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So maybe
decent.
Philly's trying to get. I wonder if they're trying to get Devonta Smith then.
Yeah, let's look at Philly's needs. They need a wide receiver, tight end, corner, safety. Yep. So it has to be right. Almost like they traded up to make that move. And interesting that it's in the division they traded.
Yeah, that can't happen often. I can't remember last in the division. Like, that's just where you see trades. Period. Draft trades. That's
right.
That's weird. But for Philly, you have to figure they go Devontae Smith. You got Jalen Hurts at quarterback. I believe they played together at some point at Alabama before Hurts left. I gives them a nice little weapon. You got Jalen Reagor. That's a nice little give Hurts a few more weapons. That's pretty damn solid. Because you got to figure maybe the Giants were looking at because they could use another receiver too. Even though they got Galladay, but they could use some more weapons for Daniel Jones because this is it for Daniel Jones. Either he does it this season or that's it.
Did Doug Peterson not get a job?
He is. I think he's
He's an OC, right?
Yeah, I think went to Philly, didn't he? Maybe I'm tripping.
With who?
Not Philly. Indy. Didn't he go to Indy?
Doug Peterson. I don't know.
Or maybe he's not doing anything. Maybe he's just not doing anything right now. I thought for some reason in my head he went back to the Colts. Or he went to the Colts because that's where Frank Wright is. But no, I think he's just floating in the wind.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that whole thing with Doug Peterson was interesting how that ended. Like the way they handled Carson Wentz. Well, it can't be with the Colts because now he's going to be back with Wentz, right?
I'm like, wait.
It's like, whoa. Carson Wentz is like, wait, I moved all the way over here to get rid of you and you're back?
Ultimate troll job.
Yeah, but it's just like that Carson Wentz thing went south. Another guy from North Dakota, same college as Trey Lance, too. One of those guys whose like career just like started it took off, right? It was like, wow, this guy is going to be really good. Then he gets hurt, and like sort of with Jimmy, once he got back from injury, it was like he was never the same player. And obviously he got hurt again during that Super Bowl run, and then I feel like this confidence just got shot after that.
Yeah, I think it was confidence, and then I think the expectations, because that year they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he was front runner for MVP.
MVP, exactly.
Season. And I think when Nick Foles won it, I think the expectation was, well, if we won one with Nick Foles, like how can we not win one with Carson Wentz? Like he comes back healthy, we should be contending every year, right? I think that was the expectation, and I always wonder if that just weighed heavy on him. That like, hey, that's what, like we won one with Nick freaking Foles, bro. Like, and you're better. Like Carson Wentz is clearly better than Nick fucking Foles. Like you have to be able to win one. And I think that just weighed the expectations of, they're going to win every year, and just with Doug Pearson, like, how do you go from winning the Super Bowl and the Philly special and all that to just getting
fired?
What an unceremonious end, like just in such a short time.
It was short lived. Yeah, I was like, whoa, like Eagles played well. Well, we have to also consider Doug Peterson did like inherit a nice roster, right?
Yeah.
And then he landed Carson Wentz, but
you go from,
Eagles picked.
Who'd they grab?
Devontae Smith.
Nice.
Devontae Smith. That is, what is that? 3 wide receivers and a tight end.
It makes sense for Philly. You pair him back up with Jalen Hurts. You give Jalen Hurts another weapon. Yep. When they did it, that's why I thought I was like, probably gonna. That's got to be the target. Like, there's no one else you really need to trade for. And Dallas can probably, maybe, still grab if they were looking at Slater.
They're looking at Slater or a corner still there.
Yeah, we can still grab Slater at 12, unless the Giants take him. But it's still on the still right there on the board. We see the top 50.
Now the Giants are up.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's
look at the prospects that are left here.
Oh, Micah Parsons is still there. Maybe the Giants go with him. Linebacker at Penn State. He's sitting there.
Yeah, Micah Parsons is still there. I don't want to butcher this name. Jeremiah Owusu.
Oh, from Notre Dame.
Yeah, Travis Etienne, Rashawn Slater, Christian Barmore, defensive tackle from Alabama, Najee Harris, Justin Field, obviously. Christian Darrisaw, another tackle, Kwity Paye, an edge, Jason Owen, another edge from Penn State. So, yeah, I'm surprised there's no edge rushers taken off the board yet. Maybe this is like a nice spot to start picking them. Because really in this draft, there wasn't this like top edge rusher like a Nick Bosa.
There's no Bosa this year. Yeah, I think like you want that guy, right? If you're picking that high, like you want that, no doubt this dude's gonna come in and just, like you got with Bosa, right? Defensive rookie of the year, like you want that guy, and if you're not gonna get that guy, it's just better to just grab maybe best player off the board or something, like, because we've seen a lot of pass rushers whiff. If you miss whiff on the pass rusher, it sucks. As Miami, Deion Jordan, people like Cardinals, it never works out well if you whiff hard. The other guy went for the Niners, Elijah Moore, the receiver from Mississippi.
He has like a Debo type of play, right? He plays like a little bit like Debo.
He'd be so good in the slot. He's quick. He'd be such a smooth slot. I kind of undersized, only 178. Jesus, kind of undersized. Man, he'd be good in the slot.
Yeah, my only thing is like we already got like a Debo gadget player type. I think we need more of a
guy. I think think he'd be more of a slot. Less Debo, more. I think he's more of a slot, like pure slot guy. I think he can do Debo's stuff, but I mean, he's super kind of undersized anyways. I probably wouldn't have him out there doing Debo stuff at 178.
Yeah.
Oof. Like
another trade. Chicago is moving in the Giants spot.
Oh, they want Fields. Fields or Mac Jones. It's got to be one of those two, right?
It has to be, right?
I forgot Fields and Mac Jones. I totally passed over them when we are going leftover prospects. Just skip right past them. Yeah, it's got.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It has to be that, unless you know.
It's got to be.
Yeah, it has to be Fields or something.
So maybe the Patriots can still grab Mac Jones at 15. Because if you look at who's left, the Cowboys aren't going to go for a quarterback. Wait, who traded the spot? Did the Bears trade for the Cowboys spot at 12 now?
The Bears moved up to the Giants spot.
Oh, at 11. So,
and
12 is now the Cowboys. They don't need a quarterback. 13 is the Chargers. They're not going after a quarterback. The Vikings at 14, I assume they're not going quarterback. So the Patriots may be able to stay pat, no pun intended, and get Mac Jones at 15. Damn.
Yeah.
That would be quite.
It may be Fields. They're showing Fields right now on the camera.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes, complete sense from the Bears standpoint. And I think this also a interesting thing that's going to come out of this draft is like these quarterbacks will always be compared together, right? So it's like,
oh yeah, who made the right move?
Who made the right move?
Up on is that 2017 deal? It's it's the class with Roethlisberger, Rivers, and Manning. There's that class. Like I said, the class 83, Marino lasted, I think, to the second to last pick or something, which is crazy when you think about it. The Jets drafted, you look at the teams who drafted quarterbacks and didn't draft Dan Marino. It's like, holy crap, you could have had a franchise Hall of Fame guy. Fucked up. It's gonna be one that these guys will be linked, for like you said, forever, and then those teams will be linked too. Like, oh, this team took this quarterback and missed out on that guy. Oops. Like Chicago took Trubisky, had Mahomes, had Watson in that draft. Like whoopsie.
Yeah.
Now, granted, the Niners didn't draft either, but they didn't draft a quarterback in front of them either, right? So it's a little more understandable. Okay, you drafted a D lineman. Okay, that's what you wanted. Cool.
Yeah.
Chicago drafted a quarterback.
They took the quarterback. That looks much worse. Yeah, that's much worse than what the Niners did, but it's still bad. Hearing that Bears is Fields.
Nice. That should be a good spot for him.
Yeah. That's 4 quarterbacks, right?
And go this. It's got to go to either Patriots or Washington. Washington, maybe. It's going to be one of those.
Yeah, it has to be. I'd be shocked if it's not. Because if it's not them, then stock is plummeting for Jones.
After that, maybe the Saints. Maybe the Steelers. If you're thinking, hey, Roethlisberger, he's only going to quarterback 1 or 2 more years. You put Mac Jones, maybe you go that route. But after you get past Washington at 19, I don't know who else would go after Jones.
Yeah, it makes you wonder.
Well, and when we started this, I asked if the Niners don't take Jones at 3, how far does he go? Because we talked about it. Jones wasn't talked about as a top 3 until the Niners got involved. And all of a sudden, it was like, oh, Jones. I'm like, what? I'm not sure what happened because yesterday, until the Niners made that trade into 3, Mac Jones was he's a good quarterback, maybe a day 2 guy, second round, maybe end the first round. He wasn't considered all that. And then, so when we started this live stream, I asked, well, how far? They don't take him at 3. How far does he
there's only a handful of teams that would take that.
And we've seen that, like, he is dropping. Like, so it's kind of interesting to see how the other teams kind of look at him, right? Like you're the Panthers. Like, you didn't want to take him? Like, you got Sam Darnold, like, not exactly a stud. You didn't want him? The Broncos need a quarterback? They didn't want him? Like, wow. All right. Detroit could use a quarterback. Like, no offense to Jared Goff, but he ain't it. Like, those three teams that could have used a quarterback, all three teams like, nah, we're good.
It's funny because now we're at 12, where the Niners were originally, and Mac Jones is here. Good old laugh. Yeah. So, I mean, no huge like surprises yet. But the only thing I would take away from this draft so far is the position players that have been taken have been beyond what I thought. I thought that like it would be like your normal draft where tackles get taken ahead of position players.
Yeah, this was a weird one in the sense that there's a lot of teams drafting in that top 10, even the top 20, that kind of have their franchise quarterbacks for the most part, right? Like Atlanta still has Ryan. He could easily play for the next 3-4 years. You're not really worried about it. The Bengals at 5 had Joe Burrow. They think they're locked in. Miami has two. Like, there's a lot of teams who like kind of. I think they're looking at their quarterback situation. Like, yeah, we've got our guy, which allows Cincinnati to take Jamar Chase at 5, right? Where normally if you're drafting that high, you need a quarterback, or even Atlanta at 4. Like, usually you need a quarterback, and they're able to draft a tight end. Think about that, number 4. Like, that's really high for a tight end. Like, that's high. Like, and he should be good, but man, not at 4. I would rather take a receiver, to be perfectly frank. Like, because you got to place Julio Jones at some point, right? Like, he's getting
I think that's why they probably just said, you know what, we're just taking the best position player that becomes available, and that was, I think a lot of people have Pitts rated above any wide receiver. So
a lot of boards have Pitts either 2 or 1 on their, just regardless.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Top 50, he was 2 or 1 on pretty much everybody's board. Top 3 at the worst. I mean, like, he should be great. Tight ends. There's so many things that have to go, I think, kind of right for tight ends. Like, it just, like, you see so many of them get drafted high because everyone wants the next Tony Gonzalez for a while, or now everyone wants a new Kittle, right? Like, Kittle broke out, and all of a sudden we saw two tight ends from Iowa get drafted in the first round, Hawkinson and Noah Fant.
Yep.
Everybody wants that new Kittle, right? They're like, "Ooh, look at that guy! I want that."
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's normally how it goes.
Yeah, it's like there's only one of them. That's why he's George Kittle. Like, that's what makes him special. There's only one of them. Like, there's not. You don't find these guys like lying around. I mean, the Niners kind of did. I mean, to their credit, they don't play around. Are usually pretty damn good, which is crazy. Like, wait, that guy is going to be George Kittle? Like, weird, super weird. Credit to Kyle. Is it? So is it the Cowboys now at 12?
Yep, Cowboys at 12. Their pick is in now. Wait it out.
They got
now there's one less suitor, obviously, with Chicago taking Fields for Jimmy Garoppolo. It's getting a little hairy, and it's looking more likely that Jimmy is, at least for the foreseeable future, staying with the Niners.
Makes sense. I mean, the nice thing about the Niners is they could set their price. They're not in a position where they have to get rid of them. The cap accounts for them. So they can sit there and be like, hey, this is our price, and either you need it or you don't. That's it. If you're not offering whatever their price was, don't bother calling. We're not coming off of this. And they arrange their cap where, they can absorb the hit for this season. And then next season do the same thing. They can cut them, trade them, and get rid of that salary. So I think that was kind of looked at, which is great. You don't want to be in a position where you have to trade somebody for half value, or you get kind of fleeced because you have to get rid of it. So that's, I mean, at this point, yeah. I mean, how many suitors would there be for you? I mean, it's got to be the Patriots would be at this point, or Washington, maybe. Everybody else kind of
Yeah,
right? Like the Saints. I don't think the Saints want
because
them.
wait, who's on their roster as a quarterback? Didn't they just let go of Dwayne Haskins, right?
Yeah, Haskins and obviously Alex Smith retired. They picked up. Oh my God, who was that guy they picked up? Shit, no. Washington football team quarterback.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
Right.
I was like, dude, like it's somebody. Yeah, which
Okay, he could be a
that's
nice
good for a
bridge
year.
quarterback.
Yeah,
He's the
gonna be good
type
for
of
a
guy
year.
that. Yeah, he's one of those guys you use just like as a bridge quarterback, right? So they might still go rookie here.
Yeah,
They have their Jimmy Garoppolo, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they definitely. They're Jimmy. Fitz is cool. Like, you know, he's gonna ball out for a couple games here and there, and he's gonna
Yeah,
make you
Fitz
think.
is like crazy. The way he's still in the NFL, like he's just like he gets you excited, but to say like, oh, we're gonna build a team around Fitzpatrick is kind of like crazy. And I
Yeah,
think Fitz understands that. Like he got upset that the Dolphins were kind of doing that to him. But I mean, at the end of the day, you just gotta see it for what it is. Like the Dolphins were preparing Tua
yeah,
to take over.
yeah.
And I think now he's kind of settled into his role because like there's different forms of quarterbacks, right? There's like those who never play, always backups, which are the best, I think, the best gig to ever have.
Oh yeah.
It's just like
Yep.
to just be a backup in case emergency quarterback, just in case like something happens.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons is a Cowboy.
Okay. That makes sense.
Makes sense. Talked a lot of shit about their defense, and
I mean, to be fair to Fitzpatrick, like, man, you had like a couple teams like the Buffalo tried to give him a starting gig and he sucked. The Jets tried to give him a starting gig and he screwed that. It's like there's a reason to keep bouncing around because teams are like, all right, yeah, we'll make you our guy, and then you kind of shit the bed. Like he's good for that first season when you have zero expectations of him. He did that in Buffalo. He did that in New York, or with the Jets, where he came in zero expectations. He lit it up and like, all right, cool, we'll pay you. Like we're gonna make you our guy, and then he just like that's what he's done like his entire career. Like how this great season when you don't expect it, and he kind of shits the bed after. And you're like, oh, okay,
yeah.
Like, so we paid you, and then you now suck. Okay, gotcha. Like, thanks, I guess. It's like kind of what he does. Kind of what he like. It's kind of how I always think about him. Like, oh, he's that guy. Like he was great. Like 2015, went 10-6 with the Jets, 31 touchdowns, 15 picks, like a pretty good season. They were like, all right, cool, you're gonna be our guy. And next season went 3-8, like 12 touchdowns, 17 picks. That's what he does. He's good. And you're like, ooh, he tantalizes you, and then he reminds you he's Ryan freaking Tannehill.
Grant just said, you're telling me the 49ers should have gotten Mac Jones or could have gotten Mac Jones at 12? I'm shocked.
I mean, we've seen it, right? Like that was, like I said, that was my question. Was he going to? How did the other teams? What did the other teams think of Mac Jones? Was it just the Niners who were, looking at him as a top 3? If they were even looking at him as a top 3?
Well, we gotta re-listen to that press conference because I'm sure they got asked about it, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure they said something. He was our top 5 guy, but we had Lance rated higher. I'm sure something along those lines. But who knows? Maybe the 5th guy was Rodgers, right?
Yeah. They'll say the same thing. In the top 5, like they're all great quarterbacks, and really when you get into the top 5, you're just splitting hairs, really, about how good they are. We just thought that Lance just had a little bit extra, like we just really liked his smarts, and it's just at that point really just splitting hairs. But we just had Lance just a little bit better than the other guys. I'm sure the other guys gonna be good. That usual talk where you can't say,
The
yeah,
usual spill.
F all those other dudes. We want Lance. Lance is way better than those guys. Like, you know, like no one's gonna come out and say, like, yeah, screw Mac Jones, screw that guy. That pudgy bellied DUI getting, like, you know, no one's gonna say that when they're, you know, Shanahan's thinking that though. He's like, yeah, screw that guy. I want Lance.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, the Chargers will take Slater then. Chargers have to take Slater. They need my. This actually worked out for them kind of really well.
Yeah, it's kind of working out for everybody, right? They're kind of
really,
landing right where the player needs to get picked, and they're like, here we go.
For Chargers, like, you take Slater, you don't even think twice about it. You got Herbert, you got Keenan Allen, you got some weapons. Yeah, assuming Derwin James is back healthy, you got Bosa. Like, dude, that's a nice little squad. If you can protect them, dude, that's an easy pick right there. Then Minnesota at 14. Who's Minnesota taking 14? What does Minnesota have? Do you saw that list of what everybody needs?
The Vikings,
Edge rusher, maybe.
they need edge, tackle, and just O linemen in general. They just need linemen. They have them here: interior O lineman, edge, and tackle. That's what they need.
Maybe they go Darisaw from Virginia Tech or Pay from Michigan, maybe. Slayer comes out.
I would, yeah, because there hasn't been an edge taken yet, and I'm sure they go edge.
Yeah, maybe one of the edge
guys. Probably go Pretty Pay,
or what's that guy from Miami? Russo. I think that's how you say his last name.
Yeah, I forget how to pronounce it.
Gregory Russo.
Just had him right here.
Yeah, Russo. Who else?
Greg Russo. Then you have Jalen Phillips. Aziz Ojulari. He's pretty good. I saw some when I was watching.
The kid from Georgia.
Yeah. I think he's more pro ready than any of these guys, to be honest.
Nice. Yeah, that'll be. Yeah, we got Najee Harris, Travis Etienne. He probably goes. One of those two will go to the Steelers. I'm guessing one of the running backs goes to the Steelers.
Which one you think it is? I think Travis Etienne is the most versatile back, right? He's like your Alvin Kamara.
Yeah, I mean Harris is like more the. I don't know. Like Etienne, like strikes me as more like, I won't say traditional. He can catch the ball. Harris is like that guy, not catch a guy. I shouldn't say that, but I don't know. Probably Harris. And if he goes there, then maybe the Saints take Etienne, maybe. Or no, take Etienne if he lasts long enough. The Bills at 30 would take Etienne.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah, if they could grab him at 30 with that offense, with Josh Allen and Diggs, and Beasley, and then you add that running back, 4 or 5 yards of carry.
Yeah,
that offense would be even more dangerous. I think that's who would grab him at 30.
That's right.
Sure. So whichever running back lasts, but if they can get a chance at Etienne, I think they grab him quick.
Where are the Cardinals in all this mess?
They needed a cornerback, and they need cornerback like really, really bad. I think they needed O-line too. Although they picked up what's his face from the Raiders, Hudson. Is it Rodney Hudson? I think they traded for him. So line's not as big a deal, but they need a corner. So maybe a Farley last to them. They roll the dice on him.
Do they not have a first round?
Yeah, they have number 16.
Oh, okay. I just scrolled right past them.
Yeah. So
I mean, they're the only team. Well, the only other NFC West team that's picking tonight.
I know, which is weird, but yeah.
Yeah, if you go like to the Seahawks social media team right now, it's like depressing over there. Their press conference is like they're just like having cutouts. I'm talking about the Seahawks. They have cutouts. They're like, yeah, we're not gonna do much today, but we're ready for
tomorrow's
day 2.
Do they have anybody day 2? Oh yeah, there you go. Number 56. Man, they don't pick till number 56 overall. That's crazy.
What about the Rams?
The Rams pick 57. So they actually pick back to back.
Okay.
And then
And yeah, the Niners
only have like, don't they only have like 3 picks or something?
Yeah, it's something hella depressing. It's like
1, 2. They have 3 picks this entire draft. That is insanity.
oh my god.
That's the thing. Like when they did that trade for Adams. I wasn't like, if you're like, no, should do. I'm like, no, not for that, not for Jamal Adams. I'm sorry. Like,
No,
that's too much draft capital.
do it for a quarterback, yeah.
Yeah, and I said for a guy who, like, at the end of the day, like, you have no D line, right? Like they're using Adams as an edge rusher. I'm like, okay, he's a safety, and he's probably gonna be your number 1 sack getter. Like, no, that makes 0 sense. Like you just traded 2 firsts and something else like that. I mean, good for the Jets for fleecing the shit out of the Seahawks, but that was just.
You think that's why Russell Wilson? Well, maybe they try to cater to Russell Wilson too much, and they clearly defense hasn't looked the same since back in 2014, 15, whatever.
Started to leave Cam and Sherman, yeah.
So I think they try to focus or try to cater too much to Wilson, and it ended up hurting them.
I know it's weird. Like you see, like that team as good as they were, and they got 1 chip out of it. That's it, just 1.
Yeah,
went to 2 Super Bowls, but they got one chip. That's it. Like you think, man, that was a great squad.
You called it. Rashawn Slater to the Chargers.
They ran up there. That was an easy pick for them. They need a tackle. He's sitting there like that was like a perfect match. Like that was easy.
Now the Vikings, we think they should take edge.
It's gotta be edge, right? Edge or maybe O-line, but it's gotta be edge. It's either edge or what's the other tackle? Dershaw. It's one of those two. I can't imagine they go any other route but that. Which means the Patriots could have sat. The Patriots may literally get Mac Jones, which everybody thought would be a nice spot for him. So they literally may just be able to sit there and just bloop. Oh, look, it's Mac Jones sitting there for us. Weird. Like all the huffing and puffing. It's like, oh well, there you go. That was easy. You might have to trade up for him. So, which tells you like how apparently nobody else thought Mac Jones was all that.
No.
Like, so I'd love to get that in. I'm sure I'll watch the press conference. I'm sure you will too. I'm very curious if someone asks me, like, hey, did you put out those like smoke screens about Jones? Like purpose? Like, what's up? Because like, how do we go from he's like the Niners are going to take him at 3 for sure to like this dude at the very best is going to get drafted number 15? That's a wild slide.
The thing I didn't understand was how Fields wasn't like put into that conversation either. It's like, okay, Mac Jones, I get it. He's like NFL ready, yada yada yada, but to not include Fields in the same breath as Mac Jones and have him slotted like below him, and also like I think some had him above Lance, but whatever. It's like, what has Fields done that made you think that he wasn't like at least top 3 worthy? Or
I think it's that guilt by association. You know, Dwayne Haskins. I think it was just like Ohio State, like that. And you think scouts and stuff would be better than that, but I think sometimes it gets in their heads too. Like, nope, it's a system thing. And look at Dwayne Haskins, he sucks. You know, like I think sometimes it just gets in, you know.
Because we always talk about they draft for projections, right? Like what the player can become. And I think for the most part, we've seen we've seen like what Mac Jones can bring, but that's at his best. Like he won the national title. That's at his best. We already know what he is, right? And he only played 1 year. It's crazy, but that's at his best. Like that's at his best. He can just run his offense smoothly. He has a great arm. He's accurate, but he doesn't extend the plays like these other guys.
Yeah,
Like these other 4 guys. So
he's a low guy, right? High floor, low ceiling. That was like part of the reason I didn't want him, because I felt like Jones, I just don't see him getting much better. Like he's gonna be good, he's gonna be fine. But I just didn't see him being great or that next level guy, which to me is like if you're picking a 3, that's what you're looking for, right? You're looking for that next level. This guy's gonna be in the MVP conversation every year. Like that's the guy you're looking for. Like Mac Jones, to me, is maybe like an upgraded Garoppolo, like which is fine, but not number 3, right? Like no one's drafted Jimmy Garoppolo at number 3, right? Like you're like, no, I don't want that guy at 3. Which to me, that's what Mac Jones, like that's him. You know, the ceiling's just he's already at the ceiling. And when you're drafting at 3, like I think you want someone who the ceiling is, you know, you can't see it, you know, or it's so high up there, you know, that's what you're looking for, not someone who like, yeah, this guy's like not going to get much better than this. Like, all right, I guess, like that's what you really want. Like even Trevor Lawrence, he's won championships, but like that dude could be something, like he has a high ceiling too, right? If it works out, like he could be, you know, that next guy who plays 15 years and wins 6 MVPs, you know. Same with Zach Wilson. Like that ceiling is still really high, even though the floor is fairly high too. Like Trevor Lawrence should be good, but he's got high ceiling. Mac Jones, I like.
Somehow the Jets are picking again.
Did they trade up?
They had to, because we had the Vikings, right? So Jets traded up. So it's clear that that possible trade up for the Niners is gone. But okay, now I'm curious who they love. Has to be some defensively for Saleh, right? Has to be an edge.
Yeah, he's gonna want an edge guy.
Yeah, has to be. Because I'm sure they knew the Vikings were taking an edge, and they're like, you know what, we have to try to make them an offer.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
So Jets at number. Actually, from Twitter, I get it ahead before the telecast. They're taking guard tackle Elijah Vera Tucker from USC.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. We'll trade up on that. Interesting.
I would have thought maybe because it was Saleh, he wanted to get a guy that he really loved, but they doubled down to try to protect Zach Wilson. Smart.
Yeah.
But interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, that's not terrible. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess if you like your guard and you're like, hey, we're gonna, you know, you're gonna protect your quarterback for the future. Like, I guess that, you know.
I think he's a
guard. I think he's a guard.
Yeah, he's a. Yeah, that makes it even more interesting.
Yeah, for a guard, like
to trade up for a guard, right? I'm not a big fan of that. Like Quentin Nelson is the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, that dude was. I mean, everybody knew that dude was gonna be a stud coming out. Like, that was the guy you knew. Like, I was kind of pissed at the Niners. That was the McGlinchey draft. I'm like,
yeah,
move
up, try to get him. I was hoping that the Colts like passed on him, because you would think like guard being drafted that high, you know, not what a lot of people would do, but it was clear that he was the right pick at that spot.
Nelson's gonna be, I think Quentin Nelson was gonna be just such a stud. I don't, for a guard, that's kind of a weird trade up.
Yeah, my whole thing was, all right, they're getting an edge, right, for Salah, but
Man,
I don't know how Jets fans feel about that.
Yeah, that's kind of. I just. I mean, like, do they really think he was gonna? I don't know. That's just kind of weird to me for a guard. Like, that wasn't like necessarily like highly projected or anything. Where you weren't like, I don't think he was on that like top 15 radar. So
Yeah, Joe Douglas strikes.
interesting. So now the Patriots are up. Do they grab Mac Jones? We'll see.
Yeah, right. If he doesn't go here, I mean, let's start talking about this.
Yeah, if he doesn't go here, I don't.
If he doesn't go here, I don't know if this. Like, yeah, we talked about the Saints, but
Washington maybe. Washington maybe. Because if it ain't
now he
Washington,
is a Raider guy too. He is like I'm sure John Gruden like drools all over Mac Jones.
probably.
But
But
to think that he was gonna like take him and then have this controversy with Carr, I doubt that.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't think he's better than Carr. Like, it's not even worth it.
Yeah, Washington football team makes the most sense.
That's it.
Oh, he's getting a call. I'm seeing it here. Mac Jones is on the phone.
Oh.
Oh snap! He's Pats get Mac. Yep.
Oh boy.
So Patriots are taking their chances, and this was like the match made in heaven, especially for Bill Belichick, right? He needs guys like this, guys that aren't gonna ruin what he's already created, and they're gonna fall in line, type of deal. Not the sexy pick, right? Not the sexy quarterback, though they have Cam Newton, which I think is still gonna be the starter. They probably ease him in there, right? But yeah, the five guys that we assume Shanahan was talking about in his press conference prior to the draft earlier this week, they're now taken, and I think it completely makes sense where each and every one of those quarterbacks fell.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Chicago got their guy.
Yep.
Niners got their. Yeah, I mean, it kind of, like I said, just kind of worked out super.
It worked out for the Patriots, worked out for the Bears, obviously, who were waiting there in the middle of the pack there. And honestly, there was no information that the Niners gave them to prepare for this, which is kind of their way of gamesmanship, right?
Right.
But yeah, man, like it worked out for everybody, to be honest with you.
I'm curious what the Cardinals do at 16. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to think what the beat reporter, the main guy out here is. Oh my God, Dan Bickley. I wonder if he knows.
So now that these are teams that are getting their quarterback, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
Like,
Dan Bickley. There you go. Kind of curious if he knows who they.
Because I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, the Broncos didn't get Fields. That was the only team that needed maybe a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
That they passed on. That's still an option for Rodgers if that was true. And maybe they do have a deal done, but they're not going to announce it until later. Maybe that's why they went Patrick Surtain, right?
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, maybe they thought, like, hey, we'll see how the draft pans out. If the guy we want, maybe they want Lance, isn't there, then yeah, we take Surtain, we circle back with the Packers, right? Or maybe they still the Packers like, hey, let's know what's going on. And if Rodgers still wants out, like, a deal can still be made, right? Like, obviously, it's not going to involve this year's first round pick, but you know, next year, like, you still have options. So You know, if your guy isn't there, I mean, that's the thing about drafting. Like, don't draft out of desperation. You know, like yeah, they need a quarterback, but it's like if Fields isn't your guy, you don't like then don't. That's kind of how the Broncos got in this situation to begin with, right? They keep drafting these whack quarterbacks because they feel like they have to like lock, and then they gave Brock that huge. Like they keep trying to get the next quarterback, and they keep they keep failing at it, right? Like
Yeah.
it hasn't worked out well, I think, because they've tried to make something happen that wasn't there instead of just like, hey, identify your guy and go get your guy. I think they keep like, nope, we're gonna make you this our guy. We're just gonna do it.
Yeah. Cardinals, I think, should be looking at linebacker. What do you think?
Linebacker would be nice. They need corner. I don't know.
Corners. You have Greg Newsome, Caleb Farley, Tyson Campbell. Like those are obviously three names that pop up. Maybe Caleb Farley, depending on how serious that injury is, right? We touched on the back injury last time.
Yeah, it depends on I don't know how. I know with COVID, like doing physicals and stuff has been very tough for teams. Like usually bring people in, do physicals, and it hasn't been that easy. So Farther maybe someone you see slip just because people are like, look, we haven't gotten our doctors to him, and maybe very hesitant to pull the trigger on a back injury. I mean, like we saw what that did to D Ford, right? Like he had a straight, like it went from straight, he's out the whole season. So
right. Then we have they need O-line help too.
Yeah.
For Kyler Murray. So
maybe Darius, or Darisaw, I should say, from Virginia Tech. That would be. He's a tackle.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting where they go. If I'm in their position, yeah,
that's a tough one.
Probably go linebacker. You have Jeremiah Owusu. Forget his full name here. I'm a butcher it either way. Zaven Collins. I don't know. This is where it gets tricky because
there's a lot of question marks with these guys, right? Like, I mean, like if you're looking at big boards, like Collins, but none of these picks are sexy and like really anyway. Like, so yeah, they're good, but like your fan base, like good pick, great, wonderful. Like, doesn't you're like if you're a Cardinal fan, you take Collins. Like most, I guarantee 99% Cardinal fans have no idea what Zaven Collins is. Like, wouldn't be able to pick him out of the lineup. He could literally be standing right next to him. They would have no idea.
So, didn't the Cardinals take like a corner like recently too?
Yeah, he took.
Oh, that was in the second round.
Yeah, Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy from Washington. That's right.
2 seasons ago.
Yeah, I actually knew about him because at the time Niners needed to draft. It seems like every year they need to draft a corner, right?
Yeah.
But that was one of the guys, Byron Murphy.
He got a guy because that first year is when Patrick Peterson got suspended for 6 games, and so he basically got thrust into the starting role, and he was not ready for that. He had problems. He was better this year because I think they lined him up more in the slot because Peterson was back, and so they kind of gave him a little more number 2 duty and then more slot duty. He was much better. First year, I kind of felt bad for him because like he had to they're like, well, we don't have anybody else, so you're it, and it's like that's a tough assignment for a rookie when you're playing against the Shanahans and the McVays of the world. Like
absolutely,
like that's not an easy assignment really for anybody, and for a rookie, like come on.
I mean, defensive coordinator, I'm sure didn't help.
No, They still have Vance Joseph. I don't know why he's still there. I'm glad he's still there. Like, great.
Yeah.
Please keep him, because Kyle Shanahan seems to have this dude's number. So please keep him around. But
Yeah.
and it's not like they haven't had pieces, or like you got solid, not his defense not being as good, because like, yeah, they didn't have the pieces there. And then once he kind of got the pieces, like, right, he was able to do something with it. Like, they got him the groceries, they got him the ingredients to make what he was trying to make. Before that, he was missing some key components. It was like, yeah, I can kind of make you a thing, but it's not going to be like, it's going to taste very good. Then they got him the pieces. Like, all right, here you go. Here's a beautiful meal. And you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. Vance Joseph has had those pieces, and they still suck.
Yeah. Kyle Shanahan just loves going up against him. Oh, so the Cardinals got Zaven Collins, linebacker. So
nice pick.
There it is. He's a big dude.
Hopefully hopefully I hope they don't use him right, but I just don't trust Vance, because they had Isaiah Simmons, and they didn't know how to freaking, like, so you dropped a guy you didn't know how to use. Like, your defensive coordinator should have been fired immediately. Like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, that's still kind of like a wait and see type of project, right? Because like that Isaiah Simmons pick, it was like, okay, your defensive coordinator better know what to do with him. Like, a really good one will put in packages for him to succeed. And once he went to the Cardinals, I'm like, okay, this could either help Vance Joseph, right, as a coach, or they're just gonna mess up this rookie, because like they didn't know if he was gonna be a linebacker or a safety, because he could be both, right? And so because he doesn't have a natural position, like it's almost, you have to cater to him. You have to put him into nice spots, because then if you're teaching him two positions, you're confusing the kid, and then that's when you start overthinking, which we saw in week 1, like when he got toast by Raheem Mostert. I'm like, ooh,
that was
wow. Yeah, on a Isaiah Simmons who ran like a crazy 40 time.
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah, you can tell this guy's overthinking on the field, and we'll see year 2.
Oh, I remember when they drafted, like, oh, we're not really sure where we're gonna put him. Like, what do you mean you're not sure? Like you probably should have a plan. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just spitballing. You should probably have a plan for your, like, literally every player. If you don't have a plan, like, so you're just gonna like just hope that it works. Like, you're just gonna throw spaghetti on the wall and hope it sticks. But it seems like this is what they did. Like, so it's like, I don't, and yet he still has a job. I don't give it. I just, it's weird to me. All right, who the Raiders take?
The Raiders need interior defensive lineman and tackle and linebacker. But given that a linebacker was just taken off the board, I'm not sure if they go there. Let's look at interior defensive lineman. Let's look at defensive tackle. You have Christian Barmore from Alabama. He's ranked pretty high there, pretty much where we're at this point in time.
Levi, can't say that dude's last name.
Levi Onwuz. Yeah, I'm gonna butcher that.
I'll go with what you said. Yeah, maybe him. God, this is actually, now I'm like kind of looking at the top 50. Like, this is a short class for interior, like, D tackles, man. Yeah,
that's why I was pretty excited that they, right before the draft, they picked up Zach Kerr. He played for Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Mo Hurt and Arden Key, right, from the Raiders. They really kind of got depth at both edge and defensive tackle, which is what the Niners needed. Now they don't need to focus on this in round 2 or possibly at the end of round 1, but it's clear now that the Niners are probably going to target a corner.
This is crazy. Like, I mean, like, only 2 D tackles in this top 50 off of Fox Sports. Like, that's such a small, like.
Yeah, normally those things like this around this time is when defensive tackles just start flying off the board.
And man, that is
Yeah.
weird. This is like a weird draft class in the sense that like it's so offensive heavy. Like so like I feel like
wide receiver heavy. So this is why I didn't want to draft like a wide receiver high, because there's like so many good wide receivers still. And you don't need a number one, right? What you need is kind of that slot receiver who could come in on third downs, pick up first downs. And there's a lot of good ones that you could go maybe in the second, even third round. So my play would be wait third, fourth round for a receiver. Kyle Shanahan is always good at drafting one anyways. So we'll probably just wait it out. But yeah, what is quarterback, running back, maybe even corner? That's where the depth is at.
Oh, Rondale Moore. That was the other guy. I was trying to think. There's another receiver that I like. Rondale Moore. He was kind of nice. I think he's more of a speedster, though, if I remember.
Oh, yeah. I actually had these guys. I normally go through their film and just like say, so Rondale Moore from Purdue, slot receiver. This is what I wrote. He looks like a bootleg Debo.
A bootleg Debo. Oh, I like it.
So he's used like Debo Samuel. Ran a 4.29 40 time. That's a great 40 time. Now, a lot of these 40 times too this year, because there wasn't really a combine, we have to take all these 40 times with a grain of salt, because it was like obviously like a lot of people ran 4.2s. Like, what's going on here? But it's like they're doing it either by hand or it's not as accurate as it is at the combine. So that's what so he ran a good 40 time, at least on paper. So similar player, right, to Debo. I think that's where we're at. And you know, if we're going with that with Lance too, like, you know, I'm gonna be curious to see what kind of packages Shanahan has. Maybe he does want like a receiver like Debo. That way, if Debo goes down, like it doesn't ruin anything.
Right. Yeah, I'm like looking at these receivers. I'm not necessarily enthralled with. Kind of like Moore, but if you have I like Moore, could be a good slot. Kind of small though. That's like the one thing. But I mean, I just think like if you get a burner, you got Kittle that's going to open up the middle. You got Debo with the jet sweeps and all that. You got Ayuk. Like, I mean, that middle could be. I mean, you get a good slot guy, man. You could just eat all day with that. Like, just.
Oh yeah. So the Raiders, they're already selected. I need to scroll here. Oh, so they got a tackle, Alex Leatherwood. That's pretty interesting that they went tackle here. So what I have here is that they didn't need a tackle. But the next prospect that was there.
It was probably Darashad, no?
Yeah, Darashaw.
About
Alex Leatherwood was ranked like 5th on the list.
I'm about to say he's
the third tackle.
Top 50 at all.
He was actually ranked 6th behind Tevin Jenkins.
Oh no, here he's number 37 overall. Man, that's a reach. Yeah, that's what some of the Raiders would do. I'm sorry. Like,
I'm surprised. I would have gone. Well, I don't know their situation closely, but I probably would have gone defense here.
Yeah, like I love John Gruden, the commentator, John Gruden, the coach. It's like, look, like I think he's overrated. I've said that before. Like he got a Super Bowl basically with the roster that oh my god, Tony Dungy left him basically. Like I don't think it's much that John Gruden did there. Like he inherited this literally a defense that had what, 3 Hall of Famers, 4? Sapp, think Brooks is in the Hall of Fame. Lynch is now in the Hall of Fame. And did Ronnie Barber get into the Hall of Fame?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
So it might have been like 4 Hall. Like, dude, you inherit a roster that has like 4 Hall of Famers. Like, yeah, like I'm not giving you a ton of credit if you win the Super Bowl.
So the Dolphins, I guess their pick is already in, but it's interesting because they already got a wide receiver. That's all that really comes up here. But now we're looking at edge, running back, maybe even another linebacker,
Running
safety.
back. That's right. I was trying to think of another team that need running back. Yeah.
So the Dolphins are. Do they go another offensive weapon here? They already picked up. Who was it? Devontae Smith.
There you go. A running back would be great because they have Breida, but Breida just can't stay on the damn field. And they had somebody else. I think they cut the other running back. They had the other
guy plays solid too. I remember playing against him. Against them, the Niners. I mean,
let's see.
No, they got Jalen Waddle. My bad. I said Devontae Smith. They got Waddle. I thought it was going to be Devontae Smith at that time, right? We thought he was going to be the clear second wide receiver off the board.
I think some people had Waddle like as their better.
Yeah, he just battled with injuries. Waddle is a more like he can do a lot more too. He could kick return, punt return. Oh, okay. So they went edge. They got Jalen Phillips. That was that dude from Miami. So
yeah,
okay. So that's the first. That's the first edge off the board.
Interesting.
Yeah. So no Kwity Paye. Jalen Phillips. He's actually pretty good. I like this game. He reminds me of the dude from the Washington team.
Chase Young?
No, Montez Sweat.
Oh. I wonder what Washington does now. They need a lot. Could use the quarterback. Mm-hmm. I'm so pumped about this because I collect football cards.
Yeah.
And, so like this year I can collect like, the Niners top, to like be able to collect Trey Lance. So it's just like that's fucking awesome.
Where do you buy them?
There's a card shop right down the street from me. So I go there. It's like a little shop. Yeah. It's nice. Fun. Been there forever and I bought enough cards that kind of know me there now. So yeah, it's cool. It's cool shop. But yeah, like because like quarterbacks are always like really those are the valuable cards. Are the quarterbacks and rookies. Rookie quarterback cards are always like this last year. It's always like the top couple of rookies. So like Joe Burrow rookies are worth a ton. So this year it's going to be Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson. It's going to be Trey Lance. So it's like cool that I get to collect the guy that is quarterback for my team. Like I have some Lawrence, or not Lawrence. Sorry, I have some Burrows and stuff. And it's like kind of cool, like awesome. But it's like I want my guy. I have a bunch of Bosa's. I have some Devo rookies. I got a couple of Nukes, a couple of Kinlaws. I try to collect like a lot of the rookies.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
It's all right, we got the Washington football team. So they need linebacker or tackle. I think they probably should go linebacker.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, who knows if the Niners get a chance to get back in. Obviously, Caleb Farley is still there. We're barely at 19.
Yeah, that injury. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's what's going to scare a lot of people away. And probably a smart thing to do, especially at the corner position, right? Yeah. So probably safe bet. Just wait it out. You could probably jump in there like early second.
Yeah, they could. I mean, yeah, jump in like late if they're going to. Yeah, I mean they could jump back in. It depends on who's there and who they feel like everybody else is going to take at this point.
I just don't feel comfortable because it's like, when has it panned out where you're like, oh yeah, I got my guy with the first pick, and they're like, oh, there's another guy I really love. Let me jump back in and get him, right? When has that ever worked out when they got 2 solid picks the same day?
I mean, hopefully Kinlaw and Ayuk.
Right.
Hopefully Ayuk definitely worked out. I mean, the jury's still out on Kinlaw. Yeah, I would say definitely a nice rookie season.
Because like the first time it was Solomon Thomas and Reuben Foster, both that kind of imploded, right? And then it was in 2018, we got Pettis, Dante.
Did we give him first round?
No, we got him second round, but didn't we move up for him?
Yeah, that was when Kyle apparently. I'm like, it always kind of scares me when Kyle's like, oh, I have to get this guy. So I'm like, do you though? Because I think they traded up for Beathard, Joe Williams, Pettis. It's like none of these guys are on the roster anymore. Like, I'm slightly concerned about what Kyle sees, but he hits on people like Kittle, so it's like, hard to argue, but it is kind of like yeah, you went after CJ Beathard, like you won him that. You got him in the third round, like a guy who might not be playing in the league anymore. Joe Williams never played, and Dante Pettis, I think, is still with the Giants. I think so. It's like,
yeah,
that was another guy. Great first where you're like, oh my god, this guy's gonna be a stud, and then just.
Did we trade up for Joe Williams too?
I thought we did. Let me see. Or maybe that was the one that like Kyle like begged to draft. Let's see.
What if this Trey Lance thing? What if the entire time Kyle was sort of battling himself on which quarterback to pick, and he maybe didn't love any of the other three, and was like, you know what, I don't know, maybe we should just make this trade for Rodgers, and then the scouting department is like, you know what, I think Trey Lance is the guy, don't overthink this.
It's I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's got, like I said, it's got to be kind of like you have a chance at Rodgers, and I'm sure in the back of their mind they're thinking, hey, we could have gotten Brady last year. He wanted to come here. We could have signed him. Maybe we're playing like I'm sure I played in the back of their minds, right? Like that buyer's remorse or non-buyer's remorse. And so I'm sure he thought about it, and then hopefully either someone overruled him or he overruled himself. It's like, no, go with Lance. Like, this is a guy who can, like you said earlier, this could be my dynasty guy.
Yeah.
We could, I can win 3 Super Bowls with this guy or whatever. This could be my Mahomes. Like, Brady's great and Rodgers is great too, right? Like, they're both Hall of Famers, obviously. But, he's like, man, it'd be great to homegrow my own Hall of Famer, for the next 10, 15 years. Like,
yeah,
that appealed. They did trade up for Joe Williams, which, my God. They traded 2 picks to move up to get Joe Williams, who never played. Like,
wow, that was a huge swing and miss too, right? Like, we never got to even see that happen. Like, say what you want about Pettis, he at least hit the field, right?
Yeah, and Joe Williams was the guy that he had that, he had quit. Like, I think his like senior year or something. He like quit on the team. He just up and quit, and then he came back. And it was like kind of a red flag. Like that's kind of weird. You just straight up and quit. Like, maybe we need to rethink this, and they went with him anyways. He ends up just not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
well, they shied away from those types, right? From the character issue types. Like they learned their lesson with Foster too. Remember, they have to like freaking take care of them. It was like a roller coaster ride. And then us as fans coming off of the whole Alden Smith situation, all the domestic violence that players were getting, they were just like, man, when is this gonna end? Now we're just saying, when are these injuries going to end? But it was clear that we're like, oh no, here we go again, right? And then I feel like they've made it a focus not to get those type of guys and get high character guys. Fred Warner. I mean, say what you want about McGlinchey, but he's pretty much a team guy. Yeah, Kittle.
Yeah.
The only one, if there's one, I'm trying to think. I don't think that there's like anyone that's like concerning. We're just like,
I mean, I think that's that thing, right? Like, especially with the league now, they're kind of quick with the suspensions. Like, you don't want to get those guys who, may be able to produce on the field, but they're one bad day away from a half-year suspension, or and then you're having to replace them, or those kind of things. So, getting high character guys that you can at least count on day in, day out, week after week to be there is, I think they learned after the Reuben Foster thing. It's just like, I think once they went through the Foster thing, they were like, we don't want to deal with this. Or this guy's in court he gets like the charges dropped and everything's good, and then 6-7 weeks later, whenever it was, like he's back in trouble. He's getting in. I think they learned, like, dude, do you want to deal with this shit? Like, do you really want to be getting these phone calls at 2-3 in the morning? And nah, man, like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, you got to imagine like Shanahan and Lynch, like they got enough on their plates without dealing with this extra,
right.
About, like, nah, man, like it's just not. I just don't. You realize like it's just not worth it. Like, especially someone you're going to count on, like really count on. I think like the Bucs getting Antonio Brown, I think it worked because they still had Godwin, they still had Evans, they still had. They had great receivers anyway. So it's like, well, either he works out and it works. If it doesn't, then we just kick him to the curb. We still have Evans, still have Godwin. We're fine. Like, he just adds a dimension if he stays clean. But he's not the end-all, be-all. He's not going to make or break this offense.
And I think that's why they didn't go after, like, Antonio Brown, is because maybe they want to allow more time to pass before they start, like, taking, like, a flyer on a player like Antonio Brown. Because you obviously want to have like the foundation of the team. Like they already have great leaders, but winning cures everything. So like if you're winning, nobody cares if you sign Antonio Brown just to help your team, because like it's not going to make or break your team.
Right. And that's, I mean, if the Niners had gone to Brown, like the expectation is he's going to be your number one guy here in San Francisco, right? Whereas, like, say he goes to Tampa, it's like he's like your third receiver. Like, you're not counting on him the same way that the Niners would probably have counted on Brown. Like, you're bringing him in to be like your number one guy. And if he fucks up or he gets arrested or whatever, like now, like you're trying to replace that number. Like, now all of a sudden you're kind of scrambling. Whereas for the Bucs, like it didn't, they didn't need him. He was just a bonus that they could cut literally anytime, and it really, like, he was good. He did all right there. It wasn't like he was the number one guy who was catching the 100 passes, or he was just a guy. Like, there wasn't anything special about his time in Tampa Bay last season.
Right.
Yeah, right. He was fine. Like, but they weren't counting on them in that way, so it worked out.
So the Giants are picking, let me just recap. The Washington football team took Jamin Davis, linebacker. So that's what they needed. That's what they got. The Giants, who traded out with Chicago, so now they're picking at 20. Don't really have their needs in front of me for some reason, but let me search that up.
Who they need? They could have used a receiver.
Maybe defense. I'd say my first guess would be defense.
Yeah, maybe a safety. trying to remember now. Definitely defense. They could probably use another
Offensive line, pass rusher, wide receiver, corner. It'd be smart pass rusher. Oh, here we is. Oh, they picked Kadarius Toney, wide receiver. Interesting.
Okay.
So they went wide receiver with it. Yeah, Toney was the next wide receiver on many people's boards anyways, so no surprise there. I'm just I guess a little bit shocked they didn't try to get a edge.
I think it's weird this year with the edge guys. It just like Pay is good, but if you watch the tape and you like he physically looks good, but like the production isn't there. And I think that's the thing. It's like, okay, well, you didn't produce in college. What makes me think you're going to produce on a pro level, right? Like, and is that fair? Probably not, but I get the concern, right? Especially in the year where you don't have as much tape. You know, you probably don't get to work them out the same way. It's like,
right.
You know, like, and probably a lot of these edge guys, I imagine their grades are probably fairly close enough where it's like, hey, we can take Toney, who is a very good taken, and then come back and get an edge guy later, maybe.
I haven't watched a lot of Azeez Ojulari tape, but from what I saw, he's a nice playmaker. So I'm still a little bit surprised that edge in general hasn't really been. Only one, Jalen Phillips, has been taken. So, who knows? Like I said, the Niners can double down or triple down with edge. I wouldn't be surprised. Like that's where they take their pride on, right? And if D Ford, we don't know what D Ford is going to bring, and depending on his health is, I think, the level of urgency at edge.
Yeah, and even honestly, even if his health is, he's 100%. Like he's 100% for right now. Let's be honest with D Ford. Like he's healthy till he's not, and he's up there in age, right? So even if you grab another edge to bring him on that you can spot rush, that kind of thing, like that's a benefit too, right? Like, okay, cool. You're not relying on this new kid to like be 247. You can be like, hey, we're gonna bring in some passing downs. Maybe you help keep D Ford a little healthier, right? You kind of limit his snaps, you get the kid in a little bit. Like it might be just a good play just in general. Like I imagine after this season, Ford's probably gone regardless. So if you can get a kid in now that you can bring along kind of slowly, look, it doesn't hurt to have pass rushers and edge rushers. Like it never hurts in the NFL to have guys who get to the quarterback. But the more guys you have, the better.
So we've seen how many wide receivers now?
4, 5, 4.
Oh.
I don't know. It's on top of it.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Let's see.
2, 3, 4. 5 if you count Pitts.
Yeah. 4 wide receivers, 1 edge, and 0 defensive tackle. So defensive lineman is getting no love in this draft, at least early on. Now, these are guys who are going to be pouring in the second round for sure.
Oh.
But first round, it seems to be quarterback and wide receiver. Like that's the main guys right now being taken off. And I think we kind of topped out at wide receiver. I mean, I could see maybe Elijah Moore going later in this first round.
He'd be good. I bet you he'd be good to the Packers. I don't know if he'll last that long, but he'd be good. I could see him Packers. Give him a weapon.
Here's a wide receiver that I really loved watching was Terrence Marshall from LSU. He reminds me of Bourne a little bit, but I think he's better.
A little more athletic, maybe.
Yeah, but pretty good red zone target, able to pick up first downs like a possession receiver type, and I think this is what the Niners need. But I'm actually seeing his name ranked like right below Kadarius Toney. So, I mean, he might even be the next guy off.
I can see that. I mean, a lot of these. I mean, if you look at these teams on this back end too, like you could see, the Colts could go after a receiver. The Titans.
Yeah, the Colts are actually picking right now.
The Vikings, the Steelers, the Jags may want another. Hey, we'll get Lawrence another weapon. Browns, I mean, the Ravens need that. The Ravens need a receiver bad. They have like a bunch of number 2s, but no number 1. The Saints, like so the Packers, the Bills, I guess maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams that definitely. I can see a lot of these teams trying to go receiver or edge. You probably, like you said, we'll probably see a big run on the edge guys.
I'm gonna just go out on a limb a little bit and say I think the Giants reached for Tony on that one, but time will tell.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird. The back end is kind of weird on this draft, right? Like
Yeah.
up to Jones, like I think it was like weren't too many surprises, right? Like it was pretty okay. Like Chargers getting Slade, okay, and then Tucker to the Jets, okay. That was kind of the surprise. Mac Jones to Patriots, totally. You called Zaven Collins. Then kind of like after that, I feel like after that, it kind of was like, oh, this is like now we're getting to like that mid-20s where it's like,
To me, it was clear, like with the Giants, especially because they moved back, that Tony was their targeted receiver, like in their mocks or whatnot. They knew that maybe the top wide receivers were going to be taken like top 10.
Oh yeah.
Because, well, let's like play it out here. It was first, obviously Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase. Then it was Jalen Waddle. Then it was Devontae Smith. Right after Devontae Smith, it was like their pick, and they traded out. So they were looking at receiver. And once the Eagles drafted Smith, the Eagles kind of basically, in hindsight, just stole their pick.
Yeah.
They probably was targeting Devontae Smith. They're like, all right, now we're just going to trade it back because we don't see Tony being in this spot. So I think that's where their mindset was. And honestly, that's a swing and a miss for the Giants, because if that was your guy, you just move up one spot.
Yeah. You just move up and yeah, that would have been nice. I mean,
so it's kind of like tells a story. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, like you said, once Devontae Smith went, I think it was like, all right, well, screw it, let's just trade back. We'll grab an extra pick out of this. Like our guy's gone. Maybe they thought Smith would
fall, right?
I mean, they probably weren't expecting the Eagles to trade with Dallas, right? You weren't thinking like, oh yeah,
that's
like our
right.
division rival are going to make a trade with each other, like
exactly. So they're like, thanks, Dallas, for ruining the mock that we had here. Yeah, that's true. That's 100% true. That could be the case right there.
Yeah, I'm thinking your division rivals are going to trade picks like that. So I think once I just off and they're like, oh well, but then screw it. Let's trade back. We'll grab a couple extra picks out of it.
Colts got Kwity Paye. That's another edge. Now we have 2 edges off the board. Actually, they don't come up in the needs right here, at least according to the Draft Network. They have offensive tackle, corner, and wide receiver as needs for the Colts, but they already have a loaded defense. You add Kwity Paye, like you're not asking a lot from them.
And it makes sense. Like you just picked up Wentz, and if you think that Frank Reich can rekindle that magic, and you have some like on that offensive line still pretty good. You got some Marlon Mack. You got some good running backs. Like makes sense. Beef up that defense a little bit more, and more of a complete team.
They kind of doubled down on their strength, which is smart. I mean, a team that really doesn't have a lot of holes, at least just off of what I saw from them last year. Why not, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you think Wentz is that guy, I was saying, that's another team that's like a quarterback away. Like, they're right there.
And speaking of the Colts, like this Trey Lance pick, like if it pans out, it completely lets you forget about the Buckner trade, right? It's just like you hope that it pans out because now that's history. No one's gonna remember that, especially if you start winning champions,
Yeah,
championship.
Yeah, no one's gonna remember. Well, I should say, but it's not gonna be looked back in that like, oh, we should never have done that kind of thing. And history always is time tells, right? Like in sports in general, like there's those trades where like, how could you have traded that guy? And sometimes it works out really well and sometimes it doesn't. The Cowboys traded Herschel Walker, and people are like, oh my God, you traded Herschel Walker. Like the dude was a stud. And it got them 3 Super Bowls basically out of that. So it's like, sometimes these things work, well, sometimes they can't break even, right? Like Khalil Mack to the Bears, like,
yeah.
I mean, the Raiders haven't done that great, but the Bears haven't been that great either. That first season was good, and then since then they've been kind of mediocre. So it's like, I don't think either team really won that. Sometimes they just, like, hey.
Yeah. I forgot what I was about to say. I was going to say something about the trade. Oh, yeah. The past 2 years, the Niners just have gone really aggressive with the trades. Like, when you really look at it, from obviously the Buckner trade last year that got him in at, what was it, 13, 14?
13?
Yeah, 13. And then they traded back like 2 spots to give Denver that pick. But then they came back and traded back into the first round to get Ayuk. And so they've been super aggressive with their trades. They're like, I'm kind of digging it too. Like, obviously, I probably don't do the Buckner trade, but they've been swinging for the fences. And obviously, this is the pick that's gonna like determine if that was successful or not.
Yeah.
Trade to the Bay. Yeah.
I mean, what I like is that they're aggressive, but they identify who they want and they go get them. Like, I'd rather have a aggressive front office that says, hey, these are the guys we want, and they go out and get them, than be passive and then miss. Like, like that saying, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Like, if you have the shot and you think that's then be confident in what that is, right? Like, hey, we identified Killa, we identified Ayuk, we identified Trey Lance, and that was our guy. We were certain that this guy was gonna be a stud. Then be confident and do it. Pull the trigger. I can at least respect that. Look, we did our scouting, everything lined up, and we thought this was going to be the guy. If you're wrong, like, you're going to miss some of those. I get that, but I'd rather that than sit there and be like, oh, we should have gotten. We thought about getting this guy. We didn't make the trade.
And I think the Niners have been on that side of history for way too long, right?
Yeah.
With the Trent Baalke era.
We could have gotten Mahomes. We could have gotten Watson. We could, you hate that, like,
he shoulda, coulda, woulda, yeah.
Yeah, like, so if you identify something, like, just become, hey, we passed on these guys, but we thought this guy was better. We went for it. It's like, there's nothing, look, hindsight's always gonna be 20/20, but at least don't say like, oh yeah,
if you trust your scouting department and says this guy's gonna be a superstar, and that's one of your needs, and you get aggressive and get it. Like, I respect that.
Yeah,
and to Shanahan's credit, like in his press conference, not this recent one, but last one, he was like, we're going to get our guy and we're going to live with the results. Like, it's going to be our responsibility if it doesn't pan out. And so I'm like, okay, they're 100% behind this guy, this kid. And that's what got me excited. I'm like, okay, great. That's great.
And I think he learned from that Mahomes thing, right? Because I think he thought, oh, we'll be able to get Cousins, right? Like, I think he wanted Cousins. Thought he was going to be able to, like, in the offseason, hey, we'll just go sign Cousins. That's the guy I want. Like, that'll be fine, right? It didn't happen. And so, but I think that was the assumption he was working on. Like, oh, yeah, I'll be able to get him. No problem. And it's like, no, you have to live a little bit in the now, though, right? Like, there's no guarantee. Yep. So if you recognize that there's a Mahomes sitting there and you're like, yeah, we really like that guy. Yeah, we had a really high draft, like, or Watson, like, and just pull the trigger, just do it. Like, I get it that, the best laid plans, but, there's no guarantee as he learned, like, he thought he was going to be able to get Cousins. That was the plan. Hey, we'll get Cousins in the offseason. This is my guy. Like, it'll work out. And the Vikings, like, just kidding. Here's a guaranteed, They end up getting Garoppolo instead. Like, it just is like, look, you thought it was going to work out a certain way. It didn't. And
yeah, they went with the way too safe pick, right?
Yeah, you passed it up. You had a chance. You had a chance of these, Watson. I mean, like, think about Watson with Shanahan. Mahomes with Shanahan.
I know, right? Well, now we're saying Trey Lance with Shanahan, right? What can that be? What can that look like? And so, yeah, man, I'm excited. Titans picks is in, actually. Let me see. Titans needed a corner, wide receiver, and a tackle.
Yeah, because they got rid of who's that corner there? Adoree Jackson. He went to Giants, I believe. So yeah, they need corner help. We're T-bad. But that's the thing, like, these corners, like, I mean, they're at the end of the first round, so I guess you can kind of reach a little bit more if you feel like Farley or maybe Stokes or one of those other guys, or oh my God,
they got Caleb Farley.
Well, there you go.
Corner, Caleb Farley. Okay. So they ended up taking the risk there. And I think if he pans out, that's a great value pick. Because some have him like rated 1.
Yeah, at 22, that's a huge value pick. Because until the back, yeah, he could have been top 10. But yeah, that's a fantastic value pick. If the back is fine, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah,
so the Vikings take then,
because if health checks out, like this is a steal of a pick.
So who did the Vikings take? Edge? Vikings got to take edge, right?
Vikings, let's take a look. Yeah, they need edge, tackle, or they need linemen in general, but tackles normally the ones that get picked first. The Viking, they were like on the clock, but they traded out, right?
Yeah, that was the Jets trade where the Jets took Vera Tucker, the guard. So
okay. So interesting that they traded out. I have a feeling I think they may go edge. Mike Zimmer loves him some defense.
No.
Let's look at the edge. We have Jason Owen, Azeez Ojulari. That's my guy. If they go edge, they're picking him. They have to. From Georgia.
Oh, now, him, yeah. I mean, Zimmer does, and they got they had the kid from from Jacksonville, Yannick Ngak.
Njoku?
Yeah, but he left in the offseason, or they traded him to the Ravens. I can't remember. He's not there anymore. Long story.
Oh, he's not, huh? So yeah, it would be perfect for them to get an edge then, right?
Yeah, they have to.
Azeez, that's my guy. I think they should pick him up right here.
Yeah, because I forgot where Yannick Ngakwe went. He went to the Ravens. I can't remember now.
It sounds about right.
Oh no, he went to the Raiders.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Raiders. That's right. So yeah, they definitely need some edge help for sure. Yeah, they kind of desperately need some edge help.
Wide open, caught inside the 5, down to the 3-yard line.
Was that you?
Yeah, I guess. It's kind of weird. It was like
It always starts with
it's Shanahan talking about Trey Lance. I was like, what am I
Trey
hearing?
Lance.
Yeah,
I know. I can't wait. I'm after this. I'm gonna go back and watch that.
yeah. I'm
So how do you plan to do it for the season?
Oh, for the ticket?
Yeah, you plan to fly down here or something?
Yeah, like I'll probably, man. I mean, I'm kind of hyped on this kid. So I wasn't gonna go watch any of the preseason games because I could care less about preseason. But I might go see if Trey Lance is gonna play. I might go see a preseason, and I'll probably go see, I don't know, like two maybe 3 games, and I'll probably like sell or give away the rest of the tickets. Just kind of
Nice. Well,
I'm not waiting to see what the schedule's like. To see like where I can, what would make the most sense. Like if they play back-to-back home games, maybe I like take a week off and just stay in the Bay for like a week and then catch 2 games back-to-back kind of deal, something like that. So I'm really just waiting to see like what are the primetime games. Like that Packers game has got to be a primetime game.
yeah.
Who else do they play?
Did they say that how they're gonna like limit the fans at all, if at all?
So far, I think I got an email about it, and I think they're going to. I think the plan is to allow all the fans in.
Wow.
I think that is.
Yeah.
I think they're just kind of playing by ear right now and kind of seeing like vaccinations and all that.
Mm-hmm. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping like by then, like I mean, we should be a pretty large percentage of vaccinated people. So I'm hoping that they're like, all right, cool, like we'll kind of go back.
Yeah.
Like if I gotta wear a mask, I'd rather not. But I honestly don't care. Like if I get to watch it with a full stadium, like fine, I'll wear it.
That's the best experience, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off to like eat and drink anyway. So I'm hyped because you get first dibs on playoff tickets. That's kind of why I did it because I'm like, yeah,
Nice.
So I went to the Vikings playoff game and that was amazing. Like that stadium was rocking. So I was like, okay,
yeah, you told me about that one. That game was. I think at that time I actually was on vacation, so I flew out to Florida.
Oh,
and yeah, I was on vacation, but I watched the game at the hotel, and I'm like, this thing. No, actually, I remember. I was on the plane.
Oh, during
yeah. It was like we had booked this before it was even playoff time, so I didn't even know that it was gonna be like crazy. But it was during the flight, and I'm like, oh, this Wi-Fi better fucking work, right?
Right.
So I bought the Wi-Fi. I'm just like, I'm watching it, and I was able to watch it. Like there was hardly no lags. And then like during like the third quarter, we had already landed, so I was just like watching it. Like they had it like at the bars and stuff, but it was neat.
All right. Oh yeah.
So yeah, man, that was crazy.
Yeah, that
was a crazy game.
It was just cool to see like first playoff game there. And I did it quick. I flew out there and turned right back around. Flew out that morning and came right back. So I was like, I'm gonna, because I had to be at work Monday, so I'm like I'm gonna fly out and come right back. So that's like literally what I did. So
nice.
Yeah, it was a great. I mean, the crowd was it was like a great crowd. It was filled. It was amazing. It was cool. Definitely a fun because I was there. The last game I'd been to before that was the Thanksgiving Day game against the Seahawks, like in 2000, whatever that was. 14?
Yeah, that was 13, 12.
13, yeah. That was the last game I'd been to before that. So it's a better result for sure.
Yeah.
They play the Packers, the Vikings, Falcons, Colts, Seahawks, Cardinals, Rams, and Texans at home this year. So I'll probably try to go see the Packers game and maybe the Cardinals, because one of my best friends here, he's a big Cardinals fan. So I told him, like, oh, if you want to go, like, you can go that one.
Yeah.
So I told him I'd take him. So I'll probably I'll probably see like two games, maybe 3. And like, so I'll probably like give tickets away or sell them, something like that.
Yeah, well, you know, if you plan to sell them, just let me know.
Well, I'm about to say, you let me. I'll once the schedule comes out, figure out, and like I'll hit you up for the games I'm not going to, and just like.
Yeah, we could plan something out too.
Yeah, I'll still be paired. That's fine.
Yeah. So, let's see. I think the Vikings made their pick.
They go edge. Did they get your guy? Oh, nope. They went tackle. Christian Darrisaw.
They went tackle. Yep. Darrisaw. That was the next tackle rated. Okay. Yeah, they went with them. That's another need they needed anyways.
Steelers do running back, I think, but maybe they go
Najee Harris.
I mean, Steelers do love their defense too, though. They can use a running back, and there's 2 on the board, Harris and NTN. Like those 2 are really good. But if you're staring at an edge guy and you've got him rated high, like maybe you say, screw it. Like we can get running back later.
Yeah, it's almost like, especially with Lyman not being taken off the board, like you would think. I'm pretty sure some would fall in the second round for them. So I don't know. Like what we've been constantly seeing is like these high, position players getting taken off. Maybe the Steelers say we're taking a chance at Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, whoever it is.
Yeah, it's like running back. Because I mean, if you're gonna roll out Ben another year or 2, like you need to kind of give him as many weapons as possible at this point.
Najee Harris. Yep, that's the pick. At 24, that's pretty much where people had him slotted.
It's a good spot. Like he's on a good team.
Good spot, good team. Yeah. I think that's perfect for them. Like Najee Harris just landed on their laps pretty much.
Yeah, that's kind of like that perfect fit, like for player and team. Like that's just kind of like, all right, yeah.
Yeah, and he just looks like a Steeler, right? Just like this, the way he plays, like nitty gritty, just like gain those tough yards. Like he just plays like a Steeler.
Yeah, that's a great fit. So who the Jaguars go now?
The Jags.
And if you're the Niners, you got to be looking at 20. I'm guessing pick 27. Look at that Ravens pick, because the Ravens then pick 31. So maybe that's where the Niners jump in. If there's something.
Probably 30. You said 31, right? 31 and 27.
Yeah, I think they like jump in at 27 because the Ravens pick again at 31. So like you could get maybe the Niners that 43 pick. And then you only move back 4 spots, and then you get the 31 pick and the 43. That's pretty good. That would be for the Ravens. That would be nice. If there's no one you're like dying to have at 27, like you move back a few spots and pick up the 43rd pick.
The Jags here have to go either wide receiver or tackle. Tackle just got taken off the board, so I mean you have Tevin Jenkins, maybe, but probably looking at wide receiver to help Lawrence out with some weapons.
Yeah, you gotta get that guy some. Because they got
Elijah Moore. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say you got Chark. That's good, but yeah, if you can give him another receiver weapon. Although Tebow had a trial at tight end today. That's all the weapon you need, right? Like Tebow kind of.
Yeah, and people were like happy that the Aaron Rodgers news kind of overshadowed that quickly after, because you knew that like it was gonna be made a big deal. Like, oh, Tim Tebow is now a tight end.
Which
Everyone take a flyer on him.
Yeah, it's like he should have done that how long ago? Like, bro, you had your chance years ago to do that. Like,
well, you could see when it turns like when people look ridiculous, like in terms of they said the same thing with Lamar Jackson, right? They're like, tried on being a receiver maybe or a running back, and he was like, no, I'm a quarterback, and it worked out. It's panned out for him, right? But for Tim Tebow, he just not athletically built like him, so he always had to make the transition, and he's like one of these gadget quarterbacks, right? Because at the time Wildcat was famous, and like that's why people fell in love with the idea. But no, I mean nobody in the football world thought Tim Tebow was going to be like this franchise guy.
He would have been. You know where he would have been good? I bet you Kyle Shanahan could use the shit out of him. Like that kind of use check, kind of athletic, kind of a tweener guy. He's not really running back. He's kind of a fullback. He's kind of a tight end, kind of like, I don't want to call him a gadget guy, but kind of an offensive weapon, right? He's that kind of like Kyle could. I bet you Kyle could do some cool stuff with him, like line him up in the backfield, line him up like kind of guy uses juice, right? Like he could.
Yeah.
That's someone who could get some sweet usage out of someone like Tebow, who is like athletically kind of gifted, right? Like he can catch, he can run, like he's big, right? He can take hits, like that's a guy with the right coordinator could definitely.
Yeah.
That'd be legit. I don't know about him like as a pure tight end though. That's kind of weird, but like as a gadgety kind of H-back kind of jack of all trades kind of deal, be kind of legit.
I need to share this tweet. That's kind of it's a quote from Mac Jones. He said, Mac Jones, I'm being passed by the 49ers. Secretly, I really wanted to go to the Patriots all along. Come on.
Oh my God.
Are you serious right now?
Bro. Oh my God. That's amazing. Is this like the Rodgers, not as much as they're going to regret not taking me?
I mean, to his credit, like, well, I guess what he's supposed to say there, right? Like, I feel disappointed that I'm with the Patriots, but
it's like I want to go to the Patriots all the
secretly. Are you sure about that? Secretly,
it's like you could have just said that out loud though. Like you don't say secretly. You could have been upfront about it. Be like, yeah, I want to go to the Patriots. Like, don't draft me. I want to go to the Patriots. Like, it's like secretly I want to go to the Patriots all along. It's like, all right, bro, whatever. Get all the feelings. I mean, I get. Yeah, I was like, I mean, he's not gonna sit there and be like, yeah, I'm really upset about this, like, but it's like, okay, now you went a little too extra there with it. You could just be like, yeah, they passed me up, and I'm happy where I'm at. I'm glad the Patriots are giving me a shot, and I'm gonna do my best to do them proud. Right, done and done. Like, I see. It's like, bro.
Yeah, just say I'm just happy to be part of the Patriots organization. You always like throw it back to where you're at.
Yeah,
there's ways to handling it, but I guess whatever.
He's like the jilted ex, right? I never liked him anyways. I didn't, But it sounds like
once I started to figure out like how his character issues, like those pictures I showed you earlier, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on Mac. Like, I don't like his vibe is off to me, but
well. Like that tweet you just showed, like, is like, did that kind of just affirm that, right?
He's a little arrogant, yeah.
He just affirmed it for you, like he just, character issues, just kind of his demeanor, and like, it's like that just kind of goes to your point, like,
like that's not who I want at my quarterback.
No, not at all. I think, Trey's
so more power to the Patriots. They got what they needed, but I'm just glad the Niners ended up with Trey Lance, who, after this show, we have to like go back and like, I'm sure he was interviewed by now. Like we kind of missed out on all that, right? So we're gonna have to go back and watch that. But
I'm sure they'll do an interview. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he was at when they drafted him. I don't know if he's at home or wherever. I'm sure they'll get him out to the Bay ASAP, for all that. So I'm sure they'll have like the official kind of press conference with them. And I'm super excited.
Right.
Hear his thoughts on the draft. And I cannot wait to hear what Garoppolo has to say.
I mean, right? Garoppolo.
And then, what sucks for Garoppolo? Here's the after tonight. Here's the shit about for Garoppolo, right? If you are hoping to get traded, like that probably isn't going to happen. Though. Even if you get released, like the good spots that, like in theory, were available when we first said, okay, Garoppolo may be gone. Like when the season was over, we said Chicago, we said New England. And it's like, bro, like they just drafted in theory. They're quarterbacks of the future, so they're gone. They're not even best trade or otherwise, right? Even if he got released, like the Patriots are like, are they gonna pick up the phone? Probably not. Chicago's like, nah, we gotta die, bro. Like, sorry, tough titties. Like, too late now. Like that's kind of the shitty part for Garoppolo. Like, I don't know where he, like a good spot for him, right? Like Chicago would have been a good spot. That's where he's from. New England's a good spot. That's where he's from play-wise. Like where else would he go at this point, right? Like that, like
yeah, it's kind of like his best chance, and I did touch on this in one of my previous videos, is like his best and probably only shot is to stay here. Take like a pay cut. Like I'm sure he doesn't want to do that, but the writing's on the wall here. And the next specs, I guess, the next thing that may happen to him is just getting cut because I don't see another trade partner here.
Yeah, who else at this point? I mean, you go down the list. Like, I don't like Jaguars, no Jets, no Falcons, no Bengals. Like, there is literally.
And he has the right to reject any contract negotiation.
Yeah.
But the next best thing is like you're gonna get cut. Like you're gonna get cut and then you're gonna be out there looking for a job. So if I'm Garoppolo, I'm just kind of like, okay, like if I get beat out, fine, I'll take this pay cut and give them just like whatever, guarantee a little bit more than what the $2 million to cutting him right now. And yeah, that way you're more comfortable. Like if he's the backup, you're more comfortable sitting him there, and it's not like a lot of money on the bench.
Right. I mean, there's literally, I'm looking at all the teams right now, and the only team,
Saints.
That's literally the only team that doesn't have a locked-in starter for next season. That you feel good. Like, okay, we'd rather roll with this guy than try to roll out Jimmy. Like the Saints are it because I guess they're going to roll out Winston, I guess. Winston, Taysom Hill.
And they probably draft a quarterback. Like they still, Davis Mills from Stanford. There's still Kyle Trask from Florida.
Barnes still out there.
Kellen Mond. So they still have the options too. And yeah, they're like, if they get Garoppolo, I don't think he's a clear-cut starter right away either. Like, I'm sure there's like a camp battle. So I'm like, why would you make a trade for a guy that's still going to compete for a job? So, I mean, even with the Saints, there's just, I don't think like that's probable. And
at this point, Garoppolo has basically zero legitimate options. Like the two biggest ones were Chicago and Patriots, and they both drafted their quarterback. So it's like, okay, but yeah, you might as well stay in San Francisco. You're still liked by half the fan base at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on Garoppolo. I think the ball is now on Garoppolo's court, right? It's just like, okay, I'm sure like he's gonna get offered this and say, hey, you could stay, but we can't pay you $25 million. Like maybe 6, but you're gonna have to take a drastic pay cut, and that's like a huge hit to someone's ego. But writing's on the wall. It's very interesting. Just to catch you up on the draft. Who picked before Cleveland? The
Oh,
Jaguars
Yeah.
selected Travis Etienne. That's the running back who played with Trevor Lawrence. So a familiar face is now a Jaguar. And back-to-back running backs. So now the top 2 running backs off the board. There's no question about it. The Niners, not really a need anyways, but I figured it was a long shot to get either one of those 2. And yeah, so now the primary focus should be wide receiver and corner for the Niners.
Yeah, very interesting. That's a good pick for Jacksonville. Yeah, you pair them back up.
We said he needed a weapon, and we thought receiver, but he's still a weapon. Travis Etienne.
Yeah. Oh, and Jacksonville has the first pick in the second round. They have the 33rd pick, so maybe they circle back around and grab
get a receiver there.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's true.
And honestly, if they didn't grab Etienne, I'm pretty sure the Bills would have snaked them, or maybe the Saints. One of those teams were definitely going to grab them. So that makes sense. You figure you can come back around and grab one of the other receivers. If you get a good, if Etienne's good, then takes the pressure off of Lawrence, right? You're not depending on Lawrence to really have to carry the team year one. Yeah. Best friend for a quarterback is a good O-line and a good running game. Now, who the Browns take?
The Browns. That's what I was kind of figuring out.
Because their line should be pretty good.
Yeah, they need edge, corner, wide receiver still, even with Odell.
Landry, and don't they have another receiver?
They should go edge here.
I feel like they had another receiver.
Landry. They got corner Greg Newsome. So that was the next corner.
Oh, okay.
Didn't they get Greedy? And they've been drafting corners left and right.
Greedy and
what was the other guy from? I think he was from Alabama.
God, what was the other guy's name? Shoot, I can't remember. Greedy and oh my God, as soon as I see him, Denzel Ward.
Denzel Ward, that's right.
Do we not have Greedy anymore? Did he go somewhere else?
Oh, they don't have Greedy. What happened to Greedy?
I see him on the depth chart. Is this an old depth chart? What the hell's going on here?
I remember, what was it, back in 2018, Greedy Williams?
Yeah, maybe he went somewhere.
He's been hurt.
It says he's with the Browns. Okay, maybe I might have been looking at old.
Oh, he's just been hurt. Williams said he has been rehabbing from axillary nerve damage in his shoulder. The injury leads to loss of movement or sensation in that area, according to various medical websites. Damn. So a serious injury, and it has the Browns again in a position to draft a corner. They take Greg Newsome from Northwestern, and I think a solid pick.
Yeah.
I
was gonna say you'll love this name. So I'm looking at the Browns depth chart. So on their depth chart is our favorite cornerback all time, Brian Allen.
No way.
They
probably just saw week 4 of last year and said, yeah, I think we need to take another corner.
Bro.
Shout out to Brian Allen.
They have a job. Kind of what I want to know. No offense to Brian Allen, but
I'm just interested to see what happened that week from the Niners standpoint, because Okello didn't go in because of some injury, but then he was quoted that game saying, "Coach, you could put me in if that's all you have. If last resort, just put me in."
I'm still
what?
Still confused about that. Which maybe not playing for him anymore. Yeah, you gotta go, bro.
True.
I don't know. I mean, to the Niners' credit, they didn't throw him under the bus or anything, so
they didn't.
That's good.
But I was writing was on the wall there. And then with the Pettis situation too, it's just why is he not playing? What's going on? Why is he not talking to the media? What's going on? And when he did, it was like this weird. When I feel the time is right, I'll say what's been happening. That was weird.
We never got the story on that.
I think we'll never find out unless he like retires and like wants to tell a story. But something clearly affected him that he's like didn't want to give 100% to football. It seems like.
Yeah, I don't know what was said or what happened, some tragedy. I don't know, but yeah, he did that weird cryptic, like, oh, the time's right, I'll explain. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it left more questions than answers. So you have that weird, like for me, those two players, like those are probably like writings on the wall. They're probably not coming back, and they didn't. So.
Yeah, Pettis for sure. I think it reached that point because it was like, okay, the Super Bowl season, like he played less and less. It's like, okay, he's in the doghouse for whatever reason. Shanahan never really like articulated it very well, but it's like, okay, new season. Like maybe Shanahan clearly liked them. I mean, he traded up to get him. And then just. There was some good news out of camp, like, oh, he's doing really good, and then season started and just for whatever reason just didn't click, or I don't know. And then Shannon's like, all right, you're done. I don't know. I didn't get that one. Such a promising start. Still just okay.
That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. All right, the Ravens are about to pick. They need wide receiver, safety, tackle, edge. I'm surprised there's not more edge rushers being taken. Like I thought the Browns would be another team taking edge. Clearly they're not a big fan of edges.
Didn't they trade? They traded for somebody, another edge guy. I can't remember who they traded for.
The Ravens?
Yeah, they traded for another edge guy because they're like, oh, they're going to pair him with Myles Garrett.
Meet the Browns?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, Clowney? No.
Is that who they got?
No, it was Yannick Njoku, right? Before he signed with the Raiders.
Yeah, I thought they picked up. Maybe it was Clowney. It was Clowney. They didn't trade for him. They picked up Clowney. So I think they're like, okay, we'll put Clowney on one end. We'll put Garrett on the other. Done and done. So I think they're like, all right, we don't have to worry about the edge as much anymore.
Did they sign? Let's look at Ravens roster.
Buffalo.
They have Calais Campbell.
The Browns do?
Oh, I'm talking about the Ravens. Are you talking about the Browns?
I thought you said I thought you meant the Browns have Calais Campbell. I was like, damn, they do?
No, it was the Ravens. The Ravens are picking right now.
I was like, damn, that's a pretty stud. I mean, God, Garrett, Calais Campbell, and Clowney, like Jesus.
So interesting pick. They got Rashad Bateman from a wide receiver from Minnesota.
I'm about to say the receiver from Minnesota, yeah. Okay.
So giving Lamar Jackson a little bit more weapons. Okay.
And they need, that's the thing, they don't have like a real number one. They have a lot of number twos. Like you got Marquise Brown, but he's kind of undersized. He's not like a.
I thought Hollywood Brown would have been that. I think that they probably expected more out of him, like a Tyreek Hill type.
Yeah.
But
it's just Tyreek Hill's kind of bad. Like Brown isn't. Tyreek Hill's like kind of special in what he does. Also, Andy Reid is a much better offensive play call than Greg Roman. So, you can kind of scheme him open better, I think, than Greg Roman can. like no offense to Greg Roman, but like I don't think we've gone somewhere and like where receivers have been very good, right? Like you look at his offenses through the year, it's not kind of what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need that like clear cut number one. That's kind of why they went after what's his face, Des Bryant, right? They're like, oh, we'll get that true kind of number one. I mean, obviously Des is past it at this point, but
So now we're at the Saints. Saints is like the interesting one. You don't know if they're gonna take quarterback. They have other needs.
the receiver, they got rid of Sanders.
Wide receiver, yeah, I was just about to say wide receivers being one of them. Linebacker, even they didn't re-sign. What's his name? He was with the Niners.
Oh,
I'm
Sanders?
blanking out.
Oh, Quan Alexander.
Quan, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quan. I don't think he ended up going anywhere.
I think he's a free agent, it seems like. But they gambled on two of them. And yeah, it didn't pan out. So two areas that they need: linebacker, wide receiver.
I can see him going receiver.
And
you have
edge.
Michael Thomas, so you're good there. So you get like a number two, which would be, I mean, they could use
Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore would be good there. It'd be a nice spot for him there. Either there or the Packers. I think Moore could be really good in either one of those spots. I don't know about Buffalo, but definitely if I would be shocked if either Saints, one of those two, they grab him.
5 wide receivers taken so far. And we have 5 picks to go.
I wonder, I'd be curious to go back like through the drafts, if how many times you've seen in the first round more receivers drafted than like D-line players, edge and D tackle combined. Like how many times that's happened? I can't.
Yeah, like we said, like it has to do something with that COVID season where you couldn't see a lot of these, in the trenches type of guys, because it's easy to I feel like it's easier to scout like wide receiver than defensive tackle, edge. Like there's so many more of those guys that they probably felt the need to get like a top talent first, and then in the later rounds tomorrow or the day after get those interior offensive linemen, because not even a lot of tackles as usual.
Yeah.
Like, let me see how many tackles have gone.
4? Is it 4? 5. 4.
4.
I think.
Yeah, so that's still less than receivers, right? And then you also have to wonder, like, there's been like back-to-back great tackle and lineman drafts that, there's not a lot of needs like that high at that position.
Yeah.
That may have a little bit to do with it, but I'm pretty sure the COVID situation really made this a much more interesting draft in terms of like the position players.
Yeah. I mean, receivers like kind of a nice class this year, right? Like there's a lot of pretty stud guys. Chase, Waddle, Smith, they should all be, I mean, pretty damn good. I mean, Tony should be good too, but I mean, just those top 3 all have the potential to be. And I think the more you see, because remember the thought on receivers used to be like, hey, rookie receivers don't break out until year 2, year 3, right? And then you saw like last year, Justin Jefferson had a great rookie season. Brandon Ayuk, who basically didn't really start really getting on until week 4 or 5, he had a very good rookie season. There's somebody else I'm thinking like CD Lamb, right? So I think as you see more other receivers have really good who are able to contribute day one, then I think you'll see more teams be willing to roll the dice on receivers on day one, because it's like, all right, cool. Like they can contribute. You don't have to wait a year or 2. Because I used to be the thing with receivers, like unless they were Calvin Johnson was like, oh, you gotta wait till year 2 or year 3 for them to really break out. It's always the same. Year 3. Year 3 is when they really take that next step. Year 3. And now you're seeing guys walk in and they're putting up 1,000-yard seasons from day one. You know, it's huge.
Interesting. I think the Saints pick is in. From what I'm seeing is Houston defensive end Peyton Turner. Peyton
I don't know.
Turner. So first defensive end off the board. So he's positioned as a defensive end, similar to like a hybrid of defensive tackle and edge, pretty much.
Okay.
So I don't know, man. The more these edge rushers drop, the more I want the Niners to like possibly target one of them. Joe Tryon from Washington is a stud too. I don't know if you know about him.
No. Does that Aziz Ojulari get drafted yet? He didn't get drafted yet, did he?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's a guy I'm really high on. I love his game. He hasn't been drafted yet.
He'd be nice in the like another guy you could, like I said, kind of bring along, kind of a little slower, right? Like you don't have to like throw him in there, but like okay, you have to like just kill it day one. That'd be a nice little.
What do you think the Packers do here?
Gotta take a I think they take more or a receiver. I think it's got to be. Would you receiver. Be the irony of finally taking a receiver in the first round to get like Rodgers some help the year he's like, screw you guys, I don't want to play for you anymore. Like the irony is just too rich to pass up. I think. Like, see, we got you some help finally.
Right. Well, I need tackle, but I don't think that they'll go tackle here. They also says here they need an interior defensive line. So maybe you're looking at a defensive tackle. None of those guys have been taken yet.
Yeah, I think they go.
Cornerback.
I'll say if they don't get a receiver right here, like there's no way Rodgers sticks around.
Yeah, you have to, right?
Middle finger to Rodgers, like, yeah, screw you, buddy. Like, we still won't let you help. Like, I can't imagine if they like he doesn't just make that phone call, like, you know, screw you guys. I'm gonna host Jeopardy. I don't care. I quit. I retire.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Elijah Moore makes a ton of sense right here.
It's a perfect spot for him.
Perfect spot. I think it's a great value for the Packers too. Yeah, I think that's the pick. Let's see.
I mean, like, how is that not how's that not it? I don't know.
I don't know. Hope Aaron Rodgers like a good corner. Ooh, so seems like, well, at least from Albert Breer.
Who?
Albert Breer says, hope Aaron Rodgers likes a good corner. So did they go corner here? And I'm curious which corner, because when we're looking at corner here, the ones that I think are worthy, I mean, they're all gone. Top 4 are all gone. So you're either talking Tyson Campbell and Eric Stokes.
Oh yeah, Stokes. Man, they went
the Ifeatu Melifonwu guy. I think he's a second round type of dude. Then we have I think Eric Stokes is more of a second rounder too, but we'll see. Man. Yeah, I think the Niners, yeah. The way this draft is set up is I don't really like any, at least to trade up for any of the corners.
Yeah.
So if we're still talking about trading up here with Baltimore that's slotted at 31, I don't think they go corner if they make that move, right? I think you have to go like edge again. Another defensive lineman. Ooh, Eric Stokes
Oh God.
to Green Bay.
Fucking Rodgers is just like, you mother.
Yeah, that was the last straw. I don't think he's just packing his bags and coming back to Cali because he's not living in Wisconsin after this pick. He's packing his bags. He's selling his home. He's like, you know what? I'm done here. I am done. Clearly, this organization does not care about me enough to draft a wide receiver. Elijah Moore was on the board. You went Eric Stokes. Crystal Pepsi, what's up?
Oh my God, it's on tweet right now. The Packers just gave Rodgers the biggest middle finger, just
for the second straight year. Second straight year, Green Bay. If that report was true, how much are they kicking themselves for not taking the number 3 overall pick, Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, the Packers could have had a much brighter day, a much brighter future if they would have just accepted that trade that was potentially offered to them earlier this week. And it seems like they've regressed. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers is playing for them.
That's just, I mean, if that isn't the biggest middle finger, I'm sorry, but it's like.
And I love Stokes. Like, you love him too.
Yeah.
For the Packers?
Yeah, I was hoping the Niners could grab him like at 43, maybe. Like, I would have been hyped with that. If they could have gotten him at 43, that would have been sweet. But man, that's just oh my God. That's just gonna give more.
It's just imploding. And I love it.
Just wow. Like, how'd that go so bad? So how does that happen? Like, Hall of Fame quarterback, he's beloved by the fans, like in Green Bay.
Seriously.
Like, I just don't know how it ends. Like if he ends up getting traded and all, it's just like, how does it go like that? I don't understand that. It's just that's just weird to me. But man, how did they not take the damn?
Well, they could have had a better future, that's for sure. But it looks like they're imploding. So
that's amazing. So who the Bills take then?
The Bills. So
could use a running back.
They have running back. I don't think it's going to be that, but
still
have wide receiver as a need, edge, and then corner. But you just saw Eric Stokes, who probably was a little high for first round grade, but they still took him. At best, corner, you could go Tyson Campbell, the next Georgia corner, or can finally start drafting edges.
I could see more going to the Bills. That'd be a good spot.
Elijah Moore. Yep.
Yeah, I could see.
Now it's pretty interesting because Baltimore is next. So you have the Ravens picking again. What did they get the first time? Forgot already.
Rashad Bateman,
wide receiver.
That was a good pick.
We'll see. We'll see if they trade out.
That's such a, oh my God, the Packers. That's just amazing.
The Packers.
That's just beautiful.
I'm pretty confident an edge rusher is going to be taken before this night is over. They have to. Come on.
I can't, because I mean, there's some good ones out there. I'm really surprised we haven't seen more. But like you said, with COVID and just lack of tape, I just wonder if teams like, we can wait till second round, I guess. I don't know. It's just very, very surprised by that.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to text my boy. He's from Wisconsin. Another friend from Wisconsin. His family actually had like season tickets to the Packers for like forever. Like his grandparents had it and then passed on to his parents, and now him and his sister have them. And I got to text him and see what he
Yeah,
thinks.
check if he's okay.
Yeah, I meant to
'Cause,
text him earlier to have I just today was so crazy at work. I meant to text him like, yo. He actually took me to a game a couple of years back, and they have sweet tickets. It's like 50-yard line, about 20, 25 rows up. I mean, it's like perfect. Like you are dead center, but you're kind of elevated a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, when we got there, I was like, holy shit, these are amazing tickets. I'm like, do you know how much these seats are worth? You know? I was like, yeah, guys, grandparents, and because you're not allowed to, you can't sell the season tickets to people. Like you have to get them back to the club, and the club will, to the Packers, and they'll sell them to somebody. But you can pass them down to relatives. So it's cool stadium. I gotta say, like the tailgating, like they it's cool. They have like polka bands and stuff. It's like an event. It really, to their credit, to Packer fans' credit, like we got out there, and it was like in November, December, so it's like 30 degrees, literally freezing. But like the parking lot's packed, everybody's grilling. They have polka bands, like they do it up. I'll give them all the credit. Like they really take that. They take their football super seriously. Like, super.
I always wanted to go.
It's a nice stadium. They have like a museum that they built, kind of like the Niners. And it's legit. It's definitely worth going. Just like it's Lambeau Field, right? Like whether you like the Packers or not, you can appreciate the history if you're a football fan.
Yeah,
it's Lambeau. It's the frozen tundra. Like you gotta show that respect.
Ooh, the Bills add to their defensive front, selecting defensive lineman Greg Rosa. Ooh, I don't know.
Cat. All right.
Yep.
All right. Dude, what is up with Aziz? Like on this USA, they have him as 18th on their big board.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know, something must have happened. Maybe he's injuries or something.
I mean, like I am. These deep players just not going like. I mean, the nice thing is, like, for the Niners, like, well, you're gonna have like kind of your pick of them, right? Like, there's gonna be a lot tomorrow, like waiting there for you.
Because you still have Jason Owen from Penn State, Aziz Ojulari, Joe Tryon. I really like them. Like, I like Aziz and I like Joe Tryon from Washington. Joe Tryon is also another guy who reminds me of fuck, I already forgot again. The guy from Washington. Who did I say earlier? It's a lot of names.
Not Byron Murphy.
No, the guy from the defensive lineman from Washington.
Montez Sweat. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Montez Sweat. There you go.
University of Washington.
So yeah, he's like another type, another defensive lineman, like built like him, athletic, fast, strong, and so we also don't know what kind of defense the Niners are going to be like throwing out there. We're so used to this, 4-3 wide 9, but with picking up Samson Ebukam, he's more of a outside linebacker type, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to get more athletic at the edge.
Yeah, I'm curious how oh my God, who's their DC now?
D'Amico.
Yes, thank you.
It's been a long night. Like my brain is kind of fried at this point.
I wonder, like how much the defense looks like it did last season. Obviously, learned under Saleh, so I mean, obviously some of it will stay. But I am kind of curious how much he tweaks, what kind of tweaks he kind of throws in there. How many blitzes? Like it'll be very interesting to see.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if year one he kind of keeps it kind of very close, right? Because you got to figure still OTA, still a lot of like are going to be virtual, so you may not want to change too much.
Right.
then year 2, when in theory, like everything's kind of back to normal, you get the off-season program, you can really.
It's clear that the Niners did a good job, like bringing the band back together on defense in a way, and there's just like a few plug-in pieces that are missing. Corner being an obvious one, and even edge, like you could throw that in there. But at safety, you're solid. Linebacker, you could probably get another like that linebacker in the later rounds, but nothing too pressing. At corner is probably the most concerning thing, but the way the chips are falling, like honestly, let me look at that. Tyson Campbell is probably the only name that I would really feel comfortable. Like if the Niners stay put at 43, Tyson Campbell, you fought Ifatu Melifonwu, the guy from Syracuse. Other than that, like you could find similar guys in the 3rd round.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. They do have the flexibility because, like we talked about earlier, they're built so well. You know, they can take best position available. They can maybe trade down. Like they kind of, they're not forced into any one particular, play, right? They can kind of be like, all right, well, maybe they trade down, maybe, grab a couple of extra draft picks out of it. Someone really wants somebody, like, pick up another 3rd rounder because I think they have, don't they have a, yeah, they have a comp pick 102. I think that might be, was that because of Sala? Did they get that because of Sala?
Which one?
The pick 102, the comp pick, the special comp pick. Was that because of Sala? Because didn't they do like a thing if you lost a coach or there was something about?
Oh, in the 3rd round? Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they get like a 3rd round pick or something.
Yeah. Maybe they move back out of
and
the
I think they get another 3rd round pick because they hired a minority coach. I hate using that word, minority, right? Isn't that what they huh?
I was like, coach?
Oh yeah, I forgot to finish my sentence, right? That's gonna be like
I hate that word, coach. It's a terrible word now. Yeah, minority coach.
Yeah, so they got rewarded because of the D'Amico Ryans thing, right? I think so.
Yeah, I think that was, which is I'm not a fan of that. I get the point. I'm not a fan of that. Like I hate
being rewarded.
Yeah,
I get it too. It's just like,
yeah, I get the idea. I don't like the execution of it, just because it's. I think it's hard enough for minority coaches to get jobs anyways, and then you slap on this thing like, did you get the job because you earned it, or because the team thought they could get an extra pick?
Is that expectation of, like, there's still like, how did you really get this job? Which is still not solidifying. It doesn't help the
perception, right?
Yeah. I get your point.
Yeah, and I get the idea. I get the thought process behind, like, oh, we get the pick, we incentivize. I understand that, but it just, I think it's bad enough as it is, and you add that extra layer of like, yeah, why did you really get this job? Like, did you, like maybe this other guy maybe should have gotten it, but they get a 3rd round pick out of you. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of it just because of the perception I think it can present. So,
yeah.
I mean, but if it gives people more chances, like, look, maybe that breaks the perception, right? Like, Sala was great, got a head coaching gig, which is amazing, and so hopefully maybe you kind of see a little bit more and more and more, maybe. Like, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I hope Sala does great. Not like I said, not too great. I want them to beat the Niners in the Super Bowl, but if the Niners, for whatever reason, aren't in it, I would cheer Sala and the Jets. Like,
yeah,
especially like, I mean, how cool would that be? That's like have Sala be the one that brings the title back to the Jets, right? Like, that'd be pretty sweet. Like,
yeah,
just you're like, oh yeah, they haven't had a title since what, 1969 or whatever it was. Like, yeah, this is the guy who brought one to you. Like, that would be cool. Did the Ravens make their pick yet?
Their pick is in, so I'm assuming they made a pick. Yeah, they made a pick. Now Tampa's on the clock, but who that pick? Another edge coming off the board, this time Baltimore. They got Penn State defensive end Jason Owen. So, yeah, edge. Still, my guy, Aziz is still up there. Tampa now on the clock. So, appears as though the Niners aren't trading up back in the first round, at least for right now.
Yeah.
Tampa's already on the clock. And they need a wide receiver, an edge. I'd probably guess they go defensive lineman here.
For the first time in franchise history, the Jacksonville Jack.
What the hell? Yeah. Right. Wonder if they, because I know, did they franchise Godwin? I wonder if they franchise tagged them.
I think they re-signed also Antonio Brown.
Yeah, they did give him a 1-year deal. Let's see, did they re-sign? Yeah, they gave him a friend. He's franchised Chris Godwin, so maybe they try to get a receiver to replace him, which kind of makes sense. If you can get someone in that, I mean, like he's on the franchise tag this year, but then obviously you could let him go after this next season. You have that next receiver ready to kind of slide into that spot. That'd be a good spot for him.
Because what else? What else are their needs? They got great O-line. I mean, I get your point with receiver, but they also have damn. My brain is fried at this point.
They have Evans, Godwin, and then they have
There you go. Chris Evans. They have him, and now they have Antonio Brown. So I'd probably guess they go defense. I don't know what their corners look like. Maybe defensive lineman.
Yeah, Murphy Bunting or Bunting Murphy, whatever his name is. And I'm trying to remember who their other corner is. You have another guy. And he was pretty good. I'm trying to remember now. I'm trying to remember who their safeties are. I cannot remember who their safeties are.
So their pick is in. So
oh boy,
it's gonna wrap up the first round.
Not a ton of surprises.
Ooh, they're taking Washington pass rusher Joe Tryon. Wow. That was one of the guys I was hoping would fall to the Niners, but yeah, he's a solid pick for them. I think that's great for them.
Yeah, honestly, not a ton of surprises, right? Like not I won't say it went pat, but by and large, I think I'm surprised Fields kind of lasted as long as he did.
Yeah.
That, I'm surprised there wasn't more edge guys taken.
Outside it was like the last two were kind of edge, but yeah, it took a while for them to go. And I'm sure here in the second round, more are going to be coming off early.
Oh yeah,
and linemen. But now I'm kind of wondering what the Niners do here. Like just kind of looking forward to the second round tomorrow. Because at corner, you have Tyson Campbell still. We said Melifonwu. Like those two are probably the only two I'm comfortable taking in the second round. And then we look at edge. You still have Aziz. That's probably I love Joseph Asai from Texas. I think he's pretty solid in the second round. But again, like he's not a guy that you just take a home run chance at edge. Like Aziz would be that guy for me.
Yeah. If he's still there at 43, I think you pull the trigger on him.
Yeah,
for sure.
And then let's look at guard here. Nothing that really like says pick me in the second round.
No.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, outside of those first couple of tackles, it was kind of like the O-line was like, after that.
Now, it might be wide receiver. You still have Elijah Moore, Terrence Marshall.
The other Moore receiver. Oh my God, what's his name?
Rondell Moore?
Yeah.
Rondell Moore. Yeah, like I probably Elijah Moore, Terrence Marshall is probably the two I would target in the second. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I don't know where they go from here.
Yeah, they get either Elijah Moore or Aziz. I don't know if either one of those last. Because was that 10 picks till they pick again? I don't know if either one of those guys last that long, to be honest.
What if you offer the second round pick, maybe in the third round pick for the Patriots corner, Gilmore, Stephon Gilmore.
If the Patriots would take that, yeah, I'd take that in a heartbeat. If you give your second and third for Gilmore, yeah, I'd do that. Yeah,
I'd be comfortable giving up the third. I'd probably be hesitant in the second just because I don't know, like you'd have to pay them after, like it'll be like a 1 year rental. But the Niners have been comfortable doing that with like D Ford being one of them, and then they gave a second round pick for Jimmy. So yeah, they're pretty flexible.
Because then Verrett becomes your number 2 and Mosley's your 3. That would be really nice. If you have Gilmore 1, you decide Verrett is your 2. Man, then
you're pretty much good at corner, and then that leaves you with looking at wide receiver next.
That would shore up your secondary. Man, that would be. That would instantly be one of the best cornerback tandems in the league. Like top 5, easy. Assuming Brett's healthy, yeah, I do that.
Yeah, it'll take this defense to a whole nother level because
I do that.
I'm comfortable.
Yeah,
like I'm okay where I'm at. I should say I'm not as comfortable I should be with corner, but we'll see.
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, because assuming Bosa's back healthy. A couple of the other edge pieces you've added, on the depth you've added, man, with Gilmore, that'd be
insane.
Yeah, Warner in the middle, yeah, that would maybe be a better defense than they had for the Super Bowl run. Honestly, I could see that because if you bring Bosa back, you have to figure Killon makes some strides, right? If Killon's good, he's gonna make strides. He was kind of forced in there his rookie year. He didn't get OTAs. He didn't get rookie camp. He really didn't get any of that. Like his first time on the field was basically his first time on the field, right? Like he couldn't, he didn't get that acclimation process. Everybody like, here you go. And you didn't have rookie camp. You didn't have any of that, right? So he's trial by fire. You bring him back this year, assuming he makes that jump with Bosa, then Killon becomes that much better, right? And then you have, Bosa back to it. Armstead, now maybe isn't taking on as much as he was. Maybe he's freed up a little more like he was 2 years ago. All of a sudden, that's an outstanding front four. You have the line, you have Greenlaw, you have Warner. You have a nice, and then with that, Gilmore, Verrett, Tart, Ward, K1 is your slot corner. Like that's pretty studly defense right there. Like that's quite a loaded defense. Like that's a Super Bowl defense right there.
Yeah,
I like that.
Well, this has been fun, Aaron.
Yeah, we went almost basically 5 hours. It's pretty impressive.
Pretty much 5 hours. Like who would have thought draft would take 4 hours? But
I forgot how long they stretch out that.
Yeah, they stretch the hell out of it. But man, I appreciate you sticking around, joining me. This was fun. Yeah. we should again link up just when the dust settles to talk about their draft picks.
Yeah, definitely hit me up because once they're done with the whole weekend, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how it kind of shook out. It's very But hey, they got Lance. I'm pumped.
Hey,
that's what I wanted. We got him.
pumped.
It's I don't know. It feels good. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it's like a
people would say, feels good, baby.
yeah. Yeah. All right, man. Well, appreciate you joining, and we'll see you on the next one.
All right, man. Have a great one.
Good night.